Morning, everybody. How you doing? How are we all? Nice to see you all. Who have we got in? Aaron's in, Philip's in, Tony's in, Decker's in, Ross is in, Aaron's in again, and Philip's in again. Nice to see you all. Linus is in on Twitch as well. How are we all? You're hot. Yeah, I bet you are. Yeah, it's been rather warm, isn't it, the last few days here in the UK? It has been rather warm. Guys, Twitch is lighting up this morning. That's unusual. Morning, everyone. Pie Cake, Adam, Base, Punge. Linus, of course. 707's in. Are we flying on Vatsim? Yes, we are. I'm just enjoying a morning coffee. Hope you're all well. Needing lots of coffee. I feel like the last few days with the heat, it's not been good for my sleep. But then equally, loading up on caffeine probably isn't good for my sleep either. What are you going to do? What are you going to do, huh? Anyway, where are we even going? We're going to Oslo today. We're going to Oslo from Vagar, Faroe Islands, where we did a brilliant set of landings on Thursday, right before my aircon flooded the shed. So that's all sorted now. The flood's been taken care of. Luckily, the aircon unit also has a dehumidifier, which is convenient, because it could then fix its own mess, really. So I left that on for a few hours. I was amazed at how a dehumidifier worked. Like, genuinely, like, it didn't take long for it to dry. I couldn't believe it. Anyway, my amazement about dehumidifiers to one side. The shed is now back together, which is good. And it's already feeling hot in here. It's like 24 degrees already. I've only just turned things on. I can literally feel heat coming at me. I have to turn it on already. Can't do it. There we go. That's better. How you doing, Zap? What are my thoughts on the AI171 crash? I have no thoughts. Not that are any useful anyway. 28 in London already. Yeah, it's going to be a hot one for London, isn't it? I guess the trouble is with cities, it's like they take in all the heat and they hold on to it and then they radiate it out even after the heat wave's gone to some extent, don't they? Yeah, I don't envy you being in London. Definitely a bit of a win for me being out in the countryside. Right, so the plan today... pay attention. The plan today is we're going to fly to Oslo. Then hopefully from Oslo we'll go over to... Where's my mouse? Helsinki. Both of which we've got freeware scenery for. Oh, hang on. What's happened on Twitch? I don't know what just happened on Twitch. Someone just got something started and I totally missed it. Where are we going? Airlines, Airnaut, Awards, Euro Capitals. So we're carrying on with the tour, basically. So we've done... What have we done so far? We did Heathrow to Eddie, Eddie to Iceland, Iceland to Greenland, Greenland to the Faroe Islands, which is where we are currently. And the next step is to go to Oslo, then to Helsinki. That should probably get us through today. But as you can see, there's still a lot more ahead of us. So we're in an A319 today, only because we're leaving Vagar. I thought we'd better give ourselves a fighting chance of being able to get out of here. I was really pleased over those landings that we did on Thursday. I thought it was going to be like go around city, but we did all right. We did all right. We didn't do bad. Do I know when Sim Update 3 will be released? No. Unfortunately, Asobo don't share that kind of information with me, and frankly, I don't blame them, to be honest with you. Can't say I blame them. Right, up top, first of all, let's get some batteries on, shall we? Am I going to buy the Synaptic A220? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, given Innie's involvement, and given how burnt I feel about the A350, maybe not right away. Or maybe I just buy it for the content and I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm unreasonably salty about the A350, but I'm not loving that plane, to be honest with you. To be honest. Lucky you flew when you did, because a few days later, winds were variable, gusting 25. Yikes. Yikes, yikes, yikes. Innie's only modelling and sounds synaptic for all the systems. Okay. Well, maybe we'll be alright then. Yeah, my biggest issue with the A350, Aaron, is just how it hand flies. I think it hand flies like a potato, to be honest. And I've tried, I mean, like, it's not like I'm short of joysticks around here, and I know that's a privilege. I'm not trying to, like, rub anyone's nose in it. I've got, like, the Thrustmaster TCA. I've got the Warthog. I've got the Ava base. I've got the Moser AB9. I've got the Thrustmaster HOTAS 1 thing. It is a plan for this week to try it again, because I know it's been updated. You know, there's been loads of updates. Probably because it was so broken to start with, but that's not the point. There's been loads of updates, and yeah, I feel like I'm going to go into it with a, you know, without prejudice, without being grumpy at it. I'm just going to try it again. But reading around on Reddit, everyone's like, yeah, there's still that awful input delay. And that's the thing. If they could get rid of the input delay, I could accept it. But with that input delay, I just can't. I just can't. Sorry. Like, I'd rather not. Like, it's fine if you're an autopilot. Probably. But, you know, 99% of the fun that I get out of an aircraft is doing the hand flying on the SID and the star. And if it doesn't fly right, I would sooner pass, I think. Which is a shame. It's a shame because it's like dearer than a Phoenix, up there with PMDG, and in terms of price, but not in terms of what was delivered initially, certainly, which is why I want to revisit it. Still, anyway, rant over. And I know people have said, "Oh, change your joystick settings." I've tried loads. I've tried so many different settings. It's something you wouldn't believe it. Which is a shame, because really, I really wanted it to be. I wanted it to be a PMDG. I wanted it to be a Phoenix in terms of, you know, what was delivered, but I don't feel like that was what happened. Anyway, there goes any chance of an indie sponsorship in the future. But whatever. Right, let's get ourselves loaded. GSX. Oh, who's that over there? Is that you, Linus? There's the fuel truck going through the baggage handling. Love to see it. But yeah, I mean, I'm going to make another video. I'm going to do like a full flight Vatsim style video. And to be clear, I want it to be good. Like, I've paid 70 odd quid for it. I want to enjoy it. I want it to be part of the rotation. I want it. I wanted the plane to be really good. I wanted to fly it. I didn't want to like have to be a Debbie Downer on it constantly, but I don't know. It's not been what I expected. Right, what's QNH? 1011. Okay, EKVG ENGM init data request. We've done that, haven't we? I'll do it again. Why not? Oh, you're in the max, Linus. Very nice. So we got an important job later when we're in cruise. We need to spec me a motherboard and some new RAM. We'll do it together. And then if it goes wrong, I can blame... Probably Linus I'll blame if it goes wrong. Linus, I told you not to make me buy that motherboard. Right, init request. Here we go. Flight number. Oh, God, what's my flight number? Where's my notepad? We are X-ray November Oscar 902. Oh no, 920. Got to get that right. 920 November. God, that's going to be a bloody mouthful, isn't it? Right. Cost index 40. Cruising at 370. Thoughts at the moment on the motherboard, B650 chipset. Because we got a new CPU coming. We got a 9800X3D coming. I'm super excited to try that. So we'll make a video once it's all in. I'll try and get some comparison data. And with the 5800X3D, then I will pop the 9800X3D in and we'll do some testing with that. And we'll see basically, like, is it worth it? Is it worth it? Uplink insert. Out of here, runway 30 on the Odiva to November. Then into Thingy Bob. Simbrief has told us to go on 19 right. I don't know if that's acceptable, but we'll plan for it. On the Adobe 3 mic. And we'll go via Bavad. Where are we flying? We're going to Oslo from the Faroe Islands. So we're here in this rather scenic area at the moment. I mean, look at that. So pleased with the landings that we did on Thursday coming into here. Like, we came all the way through this valley. It was amazing. Absolutely greased it. Considering the conditions, which weren't too bad, but also it wasn't exactly a duck pond out there either. Realistically, probably going to be 19 right because you're approaching from the west, so you don't have to cut across the 19 right localizer. Yeah, we'll go with that. No, Philip, we haven't. Although I do believe we will be going there soon as part of the Euro tour. You got the same specs, 9800X3D, B650, Eagle AX. Sweet. Yeah, the only reason why I'm thinking about going B650 over B850 is A, B850 is basically just a rebranded B650 chipset. But it, part of the specification is that the M.2 SSD slot, the primary one, I believe has to run at PCI Gen 5 speeds. Therefore, I think a lot of the lanes, the PCIe lanes from the CPU are taken up on that slot. Therefore, there's less for USB I/O. And if you look at a lot of the MSI boards, very, very few USB 3 ports on the back of the motherboard, which I would like. So, might be better off going B650, having to do a BIOS upgrade, using like the flashback thing without the CPU plugged in to then make the 9800X3D work in order to get A, cheaper board to start with, and B, more USBs on the back. Because I don't really care about PCIe Gen 5. I mean, like, I went from a Gen 3 to a Gen 4 drive, and I couldn't tell you the difference. Like, not really. Like, Windows still booted incredibly quickly. The game still loaded incredibly quickly. The only thing you lose by going from 4 back to 3 is the direct storage APIs, where I don't know if any of you have played the Ratchet and Clank game on the PS5, where you can kind of jump through a portal and there's no loading scene, even though you are moving between worlds. That's because all the game data just gets streamed off of the SSD in real time straight into the GPU. It bypasses the CPU. Although all the games I play, none of them have utilised that, so don't know. Good morning, Elliot. Good grief, it's hot in here, man. It's going to be a sweaty one in here today, I'm not going to lie. Benny, the AC is fixed. It's on. We haven't even left yet, and it's like 25 degrees in here. It's not good at all. Oh, Elliot, you're on breakfast this week. Damn. That's an early start, innit, on breakfast. I always felt sorry for the breakfast guys when I was an engineer for radio. Just like... That's an early start, any which way you slice it. Gigabyte B650 Eagle EX is what I've seen listed on the forums as good. Probably 6. Yeah, the trouble is with motherboard... Anything to do with motherboards... all you need is one person to have had a bad experience, and they're like, don't buy the whatever, or I'm never buying MSI again, or I'm never buying Gigabyte again because I had a bad one. It's like, that's fine, but if you say that every time you have a bad experience with a motherboard manufacturer, it's not going to be long until there's none left for you to use, really, because motherboards are quite flaky in general. I can't tell you the amount of times that, like, when I was working in IT tech support, someone would come in with a busted PC. And, like, me and the other guy would look at each other and just be like, it's going to be the motherboard, isn't it? It's always the bloody motherboard. The CPUs are pretty bulletproof. RAM's usually pretty okay. GPU, if it's going to go wrong, it's fairly easy to diagnose. And if there's any weirdness, it's like, it's going to be the motherboard. It's always the motherboard. I don't know what my favourite combat jet is. If a motherboard has the I/O and features you need, it'll be fine in your build, honestly. Yeah, exactly. I mean, as long as there's no horror stories like the ASRock ones burning 9800 X3Ds, probably going to avoid ASRock. But everything else is fair game, I would say. So you're live on air at the minute, Elliot? That's funny. Was it Asus or was it ASRock? I don't know, it could have been... Well, alright, Asus and ASRock are out. Oh, I didn't turn the navs on. 1, 2, 3. I was thinking the screens haven't come on yet. That's a bit crazy, isn't it? Chelsea! Absolute hero. Thank you for being a member. Did my mic just totally bust on you then? Or was it just my headphones being weird? Thank you for being a member for 8 months, though, Chelsea. Appreciate it, mate.
This way, please.
Bought your first car today. Nice, Jack. What'd you get? Yeah, I've got a MSI at the moment.
Welcome on board. Welcome on board.
Got an MSI B550A Pro, which I'm very happy with. It's been good. I've got 2, in fact. I've got one in my streaming PC, and I've got one in my gaming PC. Oh, hang on, guys. We've got a needy baby in YouTube vertical. Let me just dispatch of them. There we go. Easy peasy.
Hello.
Right. What's the plan out of here then? There's no altitude restrictions. Initial climb clearance by ATC.
Welcome on board. Hello.
A Land Cruiser. Wicked. I've only recently sold my first car.
May I see your boarding pass?
That's how good it was.
This way.
Mitsubishi Colt. What an absolute beast of a car. It just wouldn't break. Like,
Good morning.
what was it, an 06 plate? Or, yeah, 2006. And
Welcome on board.
it just wouldn't break. And like 18 years later, it just kept working.
Good morning.
It's like, well, I'm not going to get rid of it. Like,
This way.
I have a Gigabyte B660 DS3H. I was going to say it's got to be Intel, isn't it? With that B660 chipset. Nice.
Boarding pass, please. Welcome on board.
Good. They're all coming out, look. Do come along, passengers. Got 10 minutes, we've got to be out of here. I need to sneeze in a minute. Oh. Oh, man. Bloody hay fever. Does anyone else get hay fever? A319, Jack, yeah. We're on Sim Update 3, actually. The newest one, because apparently there's an update and it stops some of the crashing. So we've got frame gen on, and you're getting about 70? Too bad? Not bad, not bad, not bad. So we'll see how we go. Oh, you get it too, Philip. Yeah. It's killer at the moment, isn't it? Matt's saying he's got a P550 as well. Are you also feeling the pain of having one of the highest grade AM4 socket CPUs, but you find it still not being enough? Yeah, so basically what's happened is we got a Nintendo Switch a couple of weeks ago, and prior to getting it, my kid was like, I've never played a Nintendo game, so I said, right, let's get the GameCube out the loft, see if it still works. And lo and behold, it did. So we played it for a couple of weeks. It looked horrific on the TVs. We were basically like stunned at how bad it was, but also how not bad it was at the same time. Then I went back up into the loft. I found my original Xbox. I found my PS3. I found my PS2. I found my N64. Found my old Mega Drive. Found all sorts. And I started looking on eBay for what they'd be worth. And it turned out that good old CEX, despite their kind of cutthroat reputation, they were willing to offer me more for a lot of it than what I was seeing it being sold for on eBay. If I was to get a voucher. But then I was like, but do I want a voucher from CEX? Not really. So it suddenly dawned on me, oh god, they sell 9800X 3Ds. And they give you a 5-year warranty with it. So, yeah, I traded in my GameCube, my OG Xbox, my Xbox 360, PS2, PS3, and some old Mega Drive games, and I've got nearly like 700 quid for all of it in vouchers. So 420 of which went on a CPU. The rest of it, we're going to get some Switch games that we can all play. So what that means now is I need to get myself a motherboard and some RAM, hopefully in time for tomorrow/Thursday when the chip arrives. Normally I would avoid buying stuff like that secondhand, but CPUs are fairly bulletproof, unless like they send me a faulty one. If I was to buy a motherboard off of CEX, I'd be like, okay, there's a problem here somewhere. I just haven't found it yet. But with a CPU, I kind of feel like probably going to be all right. So we'll see. Oh man, I still feel really like hay fevery. I need a minute. Philip, do you use the eye drops? I find the eye drops are pretty good. I have to take that nasal spray stuff for hay fever. And if my eyes get bad, I take those, yeah, the eye drops. I did try the tablets, but they just knocked me out. I went to work and I couldn't keep my eyes open. I was like, I just need to sit down. And I sat down and I literally fell asleep sitting down. And yeah, I just couldn't do the tablets anymore. Did I upgrade my power supply when I got the new GPU? Yes, 707, I did. Cheers, Telex. Any downsides to the Moser AB9? The only teeny tiny downside, and this is a really teeny tiny downside, is that FS Projects don't make a gator mount for it. So I've had to 3D print my own. Also, I would much prefer it if they made a captain's version of their MA3X side stick. So yeah. That's basically it. Obviously, if it's cost prohibitive, it's cost prohibitive. Like, I can't do anything about the price, and probably neither can Moser to a large degree. Like, these things are a lot of money. That's it, basically. Sorry. If it's too much money, I would be looking at, like, Thrustmaster Ava, something like that. Because that is still a very capable stick. Very capable stick. Oh, man. Right, what are we doing? Flaps 3, something. Yeah, I'm sure it'll be fine. I've got hay fever, I don't care anymore. Let's check it all came over okay. Init page B. Oh, I might have to go and take some spray in a second. 0 fuel weight, 55.3. That's fine. Taxi, trip, alternate, final, fine. Performance page, 116, 116, 121. Flaps 3.8, flex temp 64. Lovely.
Navigraph traffic, green 3641, stand 2, stop maneuvering out, and taxiing to the holding point, runway 30, Navigraph traffic.
I want to do my first Vatsim flight, but I'm still scared. Do I have any tips? Try and observe a flight. Try and observe a flight. On Vatsim. So when you connect, tick the box to say connect as observer. Then they won't be able to see you. They'll be able to hear you if you use the push to talk, but they won't be able to see you. Then find someone to copy and see if you do the same thing. See if you kind of get it right, in air quotes. Because that's kind of what gave me the confidence. I did like 2 or 3 of those observer flights and I followed somebody. And I managed to do 3 of them end to end without making any serious muck-ups. In fact, on one occasion, the guy turned left and I was like, oh, the guy I was following turned left. And I thought, oh, damn it, I'm going to have to... I thought we were going straight on. But he must be right because obviously he's the Vatsim guy and I'm not. And then, sure enough, on the radio, it's like, Speedbird, whatever, you've gone the wrong way, just make a right onto... And then it was all sorted. And I was like, first of all, nice that I was right. Shouldn't have doubted myself. And second of all, it was fine even though that guy was wrong. It all worked out. So, am I going to buy the Windwing Tiller? Oh my god, Ross. Immediately. I can't believe they did it. Like, that's so cool. Let's get the APU on. Windwing finally did it. I kind of feel like I need most of the credit for that product existing, the amount I've gone on about it. They really should have approached me for an air-not signature model. Can't believe they haven't. Yeah, it's going to be a long old backtrack down to the 3-0, isn't it?
Navigraph traffic, green 4641, lining up and backtracking runway 12, we will be departing runway 30, Navigraph traffic.
APU is nearly fired. Get the passengers belted up. Uh, 3019 right, Jack. Yeah, they were definitely listening to the stream. That's what it was. 100%. Beacon on. How's the AMD graphics card compared to my RTX? I'm really enjoying it, but I did have to undervolt it to make it stable.
Hello, Captain.
Which is fine, because I know how to. And I sort of understand all that stuff. But imagine if I wasn't me, and I was just some guy that just wanted one and bought one. That'd really suck. Like, really suck. So I kept getting crashed to desktops, A, in the sim, occasionally, but particularly with Call of Duty Warzone, I could not get through a single match without a crash to desktop. But then when I undervolted it, it's fine. So, good that we fixed it, but also really bad that we had to fix it. Like, this sort of stuff should work out of the box, in my opinion. Okay, everyone's closed up.
Locking gear.
There's Linus, look, all the way down the end. Can we see him? Almost. Bagger traffic, Air Knot 920 November, pushing back, stand 4, facing west. Bagger traffic.
Release parking brakes. Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at wheel. Bagger traffic, Green Star 61 taking off from runway 30. That will be the Odevu 2 Papa departure and response at level 370 Bagger traffic.
There's a condor levitating. Yes, I did forget to do the APU bleed. Ah, New Sky wants us to start. Well remembered, New Sky. That would have sucked if we hadn't. Hey, there he goes. Go, 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 go! See you in Oslo, Linus.
Set parking brakes. Unlocking gear.
What's going on with my wing? No worries, Matt.
Traffic, Green Star 641, airborne runway 30, passing 2000, climbing flight level 370, Odevu to Papa departure, left call Bagger, good day.
Someone asking me how my flight's going. What's going on in my flight controls?
Tow truck disconnected.
That's a bit weird.
Removed.
Oh, there it goes.
Left
It's
is
gone
clear.
now.
Right is clear.
Leave all baggage on board. Your seatbelt is fastened, adjusted, and released as shown. It must be fastened whenever the seatbelt signs are on, and we recommend that you keep it fastened at all times. If the air supply fails, masks will drop from above you. Pull a mask towards you to start the oxygen. Put the mask over your nose and mouth and breathe normally. Hold the mask in place with the strap.
So lucky to have the Boeing set up. Yeah, it's really nice.
To adjust. Put on your own mask before helping others.
Very, very pleased. It's nice to have both. Nice to have the bus and the Boeing. And
From under your seat. Remove from the pouch and
all right. Auto brakes max. Spoilers armed.
the life jacket.
Flaps 3 for today's takeoff, apparently.
When outside, pulling the toggle. If it fails to inflate,
Oh, Ross, it sucks, doesn't it?
topping up, blow into this tube. There is a
It
light
absolutely sucks.
nozzle for attracting attention. The cabin crew can assist you with life jackets for children. Your tray table must.
Yeah, it really sucks when you forget to start New Sky. Okay, putting 370 in the window. Taxi light on. APU bleed. Off. APU master off. Check in with the cabin. Bing bong. Right. Did I print the mods for my throttles? Yes, I did. There's a video on the channel all about it. If you type in like airnaut 3D print thrustmaster such and such. Okay, after show. Cheers for following on Twitch. Vagar traffic, airnaut 920 November, taxiing to holding point for runway 30, Vagar traffic. Now we're probably quite light, because we are a small aircraft, with some fairly hefty engines on. You want to see something cool?
Takeoff traffic with the road 301 taxi holding point for...
Toby, eye tracker, baby. Obviously, if I now dare to look at chat, it's going to look really weird for you guys. It's so nice to have it back. Now, I'll grant you, this isn't the most demanding taxiway in the world. But it's very nice not having to be flicking around on my joystick right now, on my yoke. Jolly. Good. Now, is there anything coming? You never know. There's Linus. Yeah, it's pretty much all clear, isn't it? Okay, start the clock. Lights on. Vagar traffic in at 920 November, backtracking for a 30 departure. Vagar traffic. Which Airbus is that, by the way? It is the Airbus A319. From Phoenix. Am I using Toby with or without the eye tracking? Can't get my head around the eye bit. What do you mean, Bobby? So it's like a blend of your head and your eye movement is the best way I can describe it. So you can keep your head totally still and just move your eyes. And then you can just sort of look around. But obviously there's only so much you can do with your eyes. Generally I find it's enough for taxiing around, but let's say I just wanted to really quickly look to the left or to the right really quickly, you can sort of move your head and that will give it more of a bit more range. But it's very much a blend. But with Sim Update 3 in the settings there's a little slider for head to eye tracking ratio, so if you don't like the eye tracking you can make it all head, and if you don't like head you can make it all eye, or a blend of the two. Hello, Roy's in. How you doing, Roy? You didn't like it with the eye tracking? Okay, fair enough. I think I actually prefer the eye tracking. I find in a way my head kind of... I feel like maybe if I was going to do anything I would make it more eye tracking heavy. Because I've got such a big TV in front of me that if I look sort of to the top right hand corner, the eye tracking moves quite a long way with that, really. But it's very subjective, you know, horses for courses. Which is why they give you the option, really, isn't it? Because, like, you know, no one's telling you you're doing it wrong. Just do what's right for you. Just received my MCDU from Windwing. Oh, Roy. Oh no, that's not Roy. That's Afterburn. After show. Wrong chat. It also works in Sim Update 2, Roy. Albeit you don't have quite as much fine tuning. That windsock's looking a bit tasty, isn't it? Only thing I found though with this sim update is that, this update of the beta for Sim Update 3 is that sometimes the eye tracking doesn't go off when I press the toggle button. So if I turn it on now, there you go, it's on now, that's fine. I'm mostly using my eyes to do this. Come on, plane. I feel like my come on. Why is the plane stopped? That's better. I feel like my throttles have got a weird dead zone on idle with the Phoenix, and I think it might be the SPAD profile. Flag traffic N at 920 November, taking off runway 304 and Odiva 2 November departure. That's what happens when I look at over there while I've got the eye tracker on. Let's get ourselves lined up. Ready for a turn and burn? Manflex 64, SRS green, auto thrust blue. Let's rotate. Positive climb. Gear up. God, what a departure this is.
Takeoff traffic with the road 301, backtracking runway 30, for runway 30 departure. Takeoff traffic.
Was that 707 I just heard? Damn, we need to make this a regular fixture, don't we? Coming back to the Faroes. Okay, levers climb. Dip that nose a bit. Get that speed up. Got quite a tasty little wind coming at us as well, 20 knots. Got a little bit of a crab on. And flaps away.
We recommend that you keep your seatbelt fastened whenever you are seated.
And then we should have a left turn coming up. Now. Nice to do a bit of hand flying. I always think we're too quick to turn on autopilot, to be honest, as simmers. We should do as much as we can by hand. Otherwise, it's kind of a bit like, what's the point? Just see the Faroes disappear in there. Lovely jubbly, standard pressure. Yeah, I remember when I went up to Gatwick to hang out with Hanny and Ethan at Infinity Simwings, like on the departure out of Cologne, I just got totally lost in it and just hand flew all the way up to like 20,000 feet or something ridiculous. Like, just totally got lost. That's when you know the sim's doing a good job. Immersion, as they say. "10,000 feet will give you such a crick in the neck." Anyone get the reference? Okay, some spoilers. Tighten up the turn a little bit. That's good. That's good. You can legally hand fly up to 285, I believe. Oh, there you go. It was legal then.
Takeoff traffic with road 301, departing runway 30, climb flight 390, Takeoff traffic.
That's definitely 707 all day long. Overlays from Sim Toolkit Pro, Dave. How's it going, Felix? Right, what's after this? Absolutely nothing. At which point, we'll straighten up and we'll press that all-important AP1 button and I'll let the plane do it. Could be better. I hope you're right, Felix. Nice to see you again, mate. Goody gumdrops. Right. What's going on in terms of the traffic? God, look how far Linus is ahead of us. Nothing in terms of ATC online at Oslo. What about Helsinki? Nothing at Helsinki. We've got the freeware for Helsinki as well, and the freeware for Oslo. So both are freeware from flightsim.to, which I'm looking forward to. It's going to be really cool. Yeah, it's hard to know, isn't it? Just see the Faroes between the clouds there. I haven't yet, Roy. No, I need to get on that. I need to get on that. What I do need to do... Took a nap in a guardrail. I hope you're right, Felix. Damn. Why do you always also stream a vertical version? I'm guessing it's for smartphone watchers. It's for people that are scrolling through their YouTube shorts, because then we get we get discoverability through that area of YouTube as well. Delta's Whisper off to Oslo. Speaking of freeware, only 9 airports in this tour don't have a freeware. There you go. We're spoilt, really, aren't we? Right, guys, not to be too direct and too graphic, but I really need to go and use the loo, so I'll be back in a minute. Right. Right. Roy, what were you saying about needing to reserve something? We need to reserve a space for the wind wing tiller, is that right? How do we do that? Wind wing. Don't want that. I just want wind wing. Lol. All of their data's coming through on the Google search. So what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? How does one reserve a space? Store? I don't really care what I use on Windows, Rob, to be honest. This isn't really a... The page isn't responding. Brilliant. Normally I would use Safari on my Mac, which I'm sure will please you to no end. I should probably use Chrome. But literally all I use the browser for on this PC is going to vatsimradar.com and Simbrief, so I'm not really that bothered about, you know, what browser I'm using. Oh, sorry, Roy, I thought you meant there was some sort of queue I had to join to be able to get it. What should I do when it comes to buying it? Because they've got, like, the global store and the local store, and it's just really confusing, isn't it? I don't even know when it's going to be out. Wait for the local store. Right, what's going on? 33 miles till top of climb. Then we've got... Oh, we've got quite a long cruise, really, before top of descent. Longer than I anticipated. It's cheaper to buy from Global, and you never get import charges. But then if you buy from the Global store, you pay lots more shipping, presumably? Don't know. Don't know. Cheers, Swiss. It works out cheaper from the Global store. Okay. Just bought Beyond ATC. Yeah, Beyond ATC is cool. I'm going to do another flight in it. You know how we did a flight with Say Intentions? I'm going to do the same for Beyond ATC. Because it's been a while since we've looked at both of them. But I was impressed with Say Intentions. It's gotten a lot better. A lot better. Really has improved come a long way. They've been busy. They have been busy. Beyond ATC has been terrible for you, Linus. Oh. I think what we need is for there to be like a Say Intentions in the cloud that can control Unicom. That would be pretty cool. It would be laced with problems initially, of course, but... But yeah, Say Intentions, I thought, had come quite a long way. Roy says, I don't agree. I purchased the MCDU and the Boeing FMS from the Global store because at the local store it's still on pre-order for a couple of months. So I finally ended up buying from the global store. It was more expensive and I had to pay import fees of €45. Wow, okay. They actually proposed that to Vatsim, and the Vatsim team basically had the firmest no and never possible. Wow. Haven't tried Pocket Sky yet, Brim? No. I saw they announced it though at Expo. Expo was good though, right? It did feel like... I feel like when I was sat watching the announcements, I started to roll my eyes a little bit every time someone came up and mentioned the word AI. It just felt a little bit like, can we have more joysticks and rudders and tillers and throttles, please, and less of these AI things? Please and thank you. Do you think if you use Vatsim, you should have Navigraph, or is ChartFox enough? I wouldn't want to try it without Navigraph at this point. Unless you can choose your routes such that you know that ChartFox will be enough, but I don't know. There's also the Lido charts in 24 now as well, which might get you where you need to be. Right, what time are we getting into Thingy Bob? 10:45, 11:45, an hour and 15 we'll be there. That's nice. But yeah, I thought the flight we did from Manchester to Gatwick was pretty damn good, really. Only thing I would say is that coming out of Manchester, there was a waypoint. Is it Tabley? I think they pronounced it as Tabley. I think, yeah, the ATC just read it, or the AI just read that and thought, oh, that's what that means. Then there was a moment where we were lining up ready for departure and we just sort of got abandoned a little bit, so we had to put a call out to say ready for departure, and then that was fine. That kicked it into life. Biggest thing though I would say is that we were brought down quite low into Gatwick, quite far out. Yeah, we were at like 2,000 feet for a good 20 miles nearly. But we were vectored. They didn't make us do the whole little loop at Willow that you quite often have to do, or well, that you get in your flight plan, but then you get vectored around it. So that was good, because I honestly thought, oh, they're just going to let us fly that little loop at Willow, because why wouldn't they? But they didn't. They vectored us properly, which I thought was very, very cool. And the only other thing was when we landed, I think they said to go to Pier 6102. And I'm like, Pier 6102? I've never heard that at Gatwick. But what they meant was Pier 6, Stand 102. So just little things, really. Little tiny things. And I would hope that with more AI training, you can get there. Keep training that model. Oh yeah, Brim, I've had that occasionally at Heathrow, but I've never had that at Gatwick. Nice though, isn't it? Nice though when you get that. Is it PDC they call that? Did I fix the AC in my house? Well, it was not in my house, it's just in the shed, but yeah, mostly. I do have my little drain pipe connected into a bucket today, which I am going to check actually. Okay, the bucket is filling up. which is weird. I don't know why the bucket's filling up. Because I haven't got the aircon in dehumidifier mode. So I don't really understand what's going on now, to be honest. Oh, Brim, was that because you had a London Control on? Because I looked earlier and London Control was online. And they were doing like ATIS for Gatwick. That's probably why that happened then, yeah. If there was like actual Gatwick ground on, that probably wouldn't have happened. But if that guy's doing top down over London, I'm amazed that he logged on, basically, if that was the case. Because if I was like a London controller and there was no ground or tower online to support at Gatwick or Heathrow, I'd just be like, nah, I'm not doing that. I'd sooner just do Heathrow Tower, I think. Because that is bonkers. That is bonkers doing that. Right, where's my browser? Oh, what am I doing? What am I doing? I can do it this way. Where's my mouse? Here's my mouse. Right. Let's go to our in-flight entertainment system. Because we need to pick me a motherboard. Right, I need you all to pay attention now. So the plan is, I might be keeping my 4080 Super for now. So, when the 9800X 3D arrives, and obviously I get a motherboard and RAM to go with it that we're about to spec, what the plan will be is that we will maybe make a PC for the house out of the 4080 and the bits that come out of my current sim PC. That's kind of maybe a plan. If I get partway through and I'm like, actually, you know what, I'm never going to make use of this, I'll just sell the whole PC as a going thing, like 5800X3D, 4080 Super, RAM, power supply, motherboard. I'll buy a new SSD to put in there, or maybe just sell it without one. Bring your own SSD. But we need to choose a motherboard. So it's a bit bigger. This is my dilemma. We go B5, B850, B650. Hey, Lays. Yeah, the plan is to go 6000 CL30 for the RAM. This one caught my eye. The MSI B650 Gaming Wi-Fi ATX AM5 motherboard. 135 quid. Or 138.99 if I get it through Amazon, which I probably will because of shipping. How many USBs have we got on this? USB 2 headers. I don't want headers, I want ports. It don't tell you, does it? If I may recommend a Mobo, it'd be an X870E. I sort of don't feel like I need the feature set of the X870 though, Roy. That's the problem. I'm sure it's a great motherboard. I just don't feel like I need all of that it has to offer. Because that's going to be a lot of money, isn't it? I'm betting. Let's get rid of this one. See what Roy's recommending. I always feel like the B series is enough for me. Ah, 870 carbon Wi-Fi. Oh, wait. E. That'll do it. Good God, it's nearly £400. Yeah, sorry, Roy. That's gonna have to be a hard pass for me, just for the money alone. Right, back to the B650, 850. So you can get a B650 for 135. As long as I can get like Gen 4 on my SSD, I'm sort of good, really, if that makes sense. Don't really feel like I need a lot else. There's the Eagle AX. Bad looking motherboard, is it? 2 USB 3.2. What do I actually need, actually? I'm just going to have a... I need to quickly look around the back of my PC a minute to see what I actually need, because otherwise this could be pointless, couldn't it? So currently I've got 3 USB things going into my PC. Are these all USB 2s then? On the back of here or not? I feel like USB colours get really confusing. But I would have to, wouldn't I? I probably would have to upgrade the BIOS if I got one of these motherboards. Because they're B650. B850, you're less likely to have to upgrade the BIOS. Which is fine, as long as the board has one of those features where you can upgrade the BIOS without the motherboard being attached. Without the CPU being inserted, I mean. 850. Let's just go 850 only for the minute. I had to do it with my current build, actually, because I had a 5600X in a B550 motherboard, and it was running an old BIOS that didn't support the 5000 series. Connor, it's Sim Toolkit Pro. It's an overlay it adds into the stream for me. Mind you, this one doesn't look bad. This Gigabyte one could be just a ticket. 4 regular USBs, LAN, 2 3s, and 3 point whatever the hell that is, and a C. This one could be alright. 850, so I shouldn't have to do a BIOS upgrade either, should I? That doesn't look too shabby, that. Black is USB 2 high speed. Blue is USB 3. Teal is 3.1 Gen 1. Red is USB 3.1 Gen 2 or USB 3.2. Yeah, that makes total sense, Roy, doesn't it? That, like, your average consumer's just gonna... They're just gonna know all of that immediately. But, oh yeah, I see what's going on here. Cool. So basically we've got at least 4 3.0 or greater connections on this one, plus a LAN. Then we've got audio. I think that would be enough, to be honest with you. That would probably be enough. And how much is that? It's not terrible price, is it? Not terrible. I don't need the onboard GPU, no. I mean, the chip, the 9800X3D has one. It's just I won't use it. Right, let's add that to the part list. Pre-order by price. And go ATX only, because I want ATX. I don't want micro ATX or anything. ASRock, no. ASRock, no. Gigabyte, yes. Or there's the MSI Pro P. But look. One USB 3 port. Oh, and we've got another one there. So if I'm doing VR, I need one USB 3. It's got to be that one. What? 2Cs though. So I can maybe get away with that. $179. I've had a lot of good luck with MSI boards. I know your mileage may vary. You talk to anyone about motherboards. And sooner or later someone's going to say the motherboard manufacturer you're looking at they had a terrible experience with, but... What do we think about the Gigabyte boards? Not really had a Gigabyte board in years, so I'm a little bit like, is there going to be like a gotcha there somewhere? Do you know what I mean? Gaming Plus. God, that looks hideous, doesn't it? That looks absolutely hideous. Have you ever seen such a mess in all your life? Although it would fit perfectly with the Hellhound that's like got a bright blue wolf screaming at me on the picture. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, it's Amazon. I can always just send it back. That's why I love buying from Amazon, because you can just send any old rubbish back, and I've never had it not accepted. Whereas if you buy it from like a PC store, they're going to be like, oh, well, have you tried updating the BIOS? Whereas Amazon, they just, what do they care? It's just a box. Cheers, Hank. Let's add it to the part list, and we'll override the price to Amazon, because I like buying from Amazon because I've got Prime, and it makes it very easy to get a business invoice. Because this is a business expense. Memory. Now we want CAS 30, and we want two 32 sticks. Ooh, this is going to get expensive, isn't it? Look at the price of RAM. I'm sure RAM's gone up. Yes, Stuart, I've got aircon on, mate. Thank goodness. And luckily we've got solars, so hopefully the solar panels are taking care of all of this. I'm sure these RAM prices have gone up, Linus. This has all gone up 10 or 20 quid, I'm sure of it. I do like Corsair stuff. Look at that. If you go from Amazon, it's $231. Yeah, Stuart, if I didn't have aircon... Well, this time last year I didn't have aircon, and it was absolutely brutal. Let's check the pricing history. That's a good point. Yeah, I mean, if you follow... It's creeping up, isn't it? So what do we think? Corsair or G-Skill? I've never tried G-Skill memory. Be tempted to, just for the lols. 206, that's not a bad price either. It does bother me that I'm not going to be using all my RAM slots. I get like OCD about that. Yeah, so we'll have to expo this, won't we, when we put it in. if we come down to the builds, you can see I love looking at the builds that people have used it in. Let's see all the builds. See what people have been up to. I love this part of PC Part Picker. Oh, look at that. I get proper build envy when I look at this stuff. No, that's the thing, Robert. That's the thing with 9000 series and to a point 7000 series. You're generally going to get better results if you don't. So if I had a 64 gig kit, cheers, Dolt, made up of 4 16 gig slot sticks, the probability that I'm going to be able to achieve my, just expo it and get what I want is lower than it would have been. Yeah, all of these people have got 9800X 3D rigs. What motherboard does this guy get? God, look at this one. Still quite a lot of money, isn't it? That's not such a terrible price, actually. I would have to update the BIOS, though, wouldn't I, when I get it? That's the problem. Trainster, thank you very much for the dono. For the DK... What's a DKK? Not wanting to sound rude. DKK, what's that going to be? Don't tell me. See if I can guess. Cheers for the dono, there, man. Appreciate it. Danish. Wouldn't Danish be euros? Could be like something crowns, couldn't it? Or yeah, Danish kroner. There you go. Cheers, Trainster. Thank you, mate. What are the two product choices I had for RAM again? Oh, yeah. Danish currency should be £4 to £5. Awesome. Thanks, mate. Yeah, it came up as $7 because I think the overlay thing just auto-converts whatever it is into dollars, which is really handy because, like, especially with certain currencies, I've got no idea what they are. Especially like when you get like the DKK and the certain names for them. No clue. Right, so I'm thinking we could save a bit of money by not going RGB, but we need RGB because more RGB is more better. And it does make it quicker, doesn't it? /S. What am I going to do when I spend all this extra money just for an extra 10 FPS? Rob, don't say that. Because for real, that could be what happens. I'm doing it for the content. I'm doing it for the community, alright? This is like philanthropy. Right. G-Skillet is. Stuart, don't you start as well. Bobby, pipe down. Robert, you too. Everyone shut up! Going to be getting 120 FPS minimum out of this rig. That's if the CPU even works. A bloody piece of crap that CEX are probably going to send me. Traded in my old GameCube for this, it better be good. Alright, that's the RAM, that's the motherboard. What are we up to? 381. Christ. Now, I've got a CPU cooler at the moment. Should have kept the GameCube. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I felt bad getting rid of the GameCube. That was the only one I felt bad getting rid of. The Xbox 360, couldn't care less. The original Xbox, couldn't care less. The PS2, PS3, couldn't care less. The GameCube, that one stung a little bit. The thought is, if I can get my current sim PC and Frankenstein it into the house. Hey, okays. Then there might be opportunities to be a bit more productive. with editing and with making liveries, because then I've got a PC in the house that I can boot the sim on, work on my liveries, because there are like 4 nights a week that I just can't get out to the shed, period. Therefore, I can't get on the computer. Yes, Rob, new case will be coming. So what I was thinking about is the oh, there you go, Linus is saying it, Peerless Assassin. However, I noticed that if you come down a bit, they do a white one with RGB. Only 35 quid. Although that is going to cover up some of my RAM that I've just put RGB on, haven't I? Let's go with that. Yeah, case for the inside the house PC. I was thinking of maybe trying out a Montec. So I was thinking they look quite interesting. I'm assuming my 4080 Founders will go in there. With its bend radius on the cable. Dongle thing. Don't know. I think it probably will. I need to measure up. I mean, what I've got at the moment is a... Is it this one? I've got the old H5 Flow. Wherever that is. Is this the one? No. This is the new one. It's actually not a terrible price. No AIO. Only thing that puts me off an AIO is that eventually it's going to stop working. And they're a lot more money. And I don't mind a big honking great cooler. I know some people don't, but I think they look pretty epic. And it's like, set it and forget it. Antec C5. Alright, it's Antec C5. Antec. I used to have an Antec back in the day. Where's the manufacturers? Here they are. Antec C5. Flip it, heck, look at that! Oh, man. Only... God, that is a weapon, isn't it? That is a weapon. Do you get all those fans thrown in as well? Surely not. Surely not. Pretty nifty for the price. 7 fans is awesome. Actually come with the fans? No. No way. How many do you get? Because that's an AIO up top, so presumably you're not going to get those fans. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, they can't give you 7 fans. God, that is a... Oh, I might have to make that the actual sim PC. I want that, never mind the one for the house. 7 fans. Good gravy. It's not bad for 97 quid, is it? Right, I just need to check in that we're not going to sail past our top of descent point. $83 miles. Okay, it's coming up. That's quite good for £97 to get 7 fans. So what's that? That's a weird configuration, isn't it? Because I guess you'd have these 3 as intake, these 3 as intake, and then 4 as exhaust. Then you're going to have positive pressure in the case, aren't you? Because you're going to have more fans coming in than you are going out. Where does the power supply go? Is it a dual chamber? Because I'm not seeing a power supply anywhere. Let's look at some builds. Ideally some with any form of visible lighting. Cheers, Hurricane! Behind the Mobo. Yeah, I know, but it looks quite tight. Is that going to be one of those small form factor ones you need? In which case, I ain't doing it. Come on, somebody just show me some actual pictures of the case. That isn't just you and your stupid LED lighting. Actual build photos. That is a deal, isn't it? Alright, let's just add it in. Be Quiet Dark Rock 5. Be Quiet Dark Rock 4. Stock. Discontinued, presumably. Being blind. Pure Rock 2. Pure Rock 3. Pure Rock, Pure Rock, Pure Rock, Pure Rock. What was Linus sent me? Okay. Not seeing this Dark Rock 5, Rob. I mean, I suppose the other way to do it would be to... Does Antec do an AIO that would match that case? We can get a 360 then. That's a pretty good price, isn't it? When did they get so cheap? Antec Symphony ARGB. 58 quid for a 360 AIO. What's going on here? Why is that so dirt cheap? That's it's pretty wild. Ah, the Arctic Freezer. Yeah, they've got good reviews, haven't they? Got a Corsair H110i280 AIO. How come you're not using that for you, Rob? What is it? A H110? Oh, I say. Right, I'm going to need to do my landing data before I get too carried away. I have to put a hold on the PC specking. Because we're not far from top of descent. $30 miles to be precise. Okay, arrival 19 right. Play the meter. Yeah, nice one, Rob. Will do. Which Airbus? Phoenix 319. Alright, let's shoot for 19er right. Apply the weather. Our landing weights will be 55.3. Plus 2.5. So 55.8. 57.8. 57.8 tons. Low auto brake. Easy peasy. Okay, low auto brake set. I feel like my sim's been quite laggy at the moment. But don't worry, Rob. My new processor will fix it. Thank you very much. QNH on the ground. Is 21. UNH 1015. And the wind 213. Or 200 at 13. Blimey, that'd be a bit tasty, wouldn't it? Minimums is 876. How come after such a long sim experience now you still use those annoying blue highlights when you hover over a button? It's to help you guys see it. And honestly, I don't mind them at all. Just feel like it adds another visual cue for people watching on smaller screens. Which might be helpful. Maybe it's not. I don't know. You can please some of the people some of the time. That's what I've come to learn with this whole YouTubing thing. Doesn't matter what you do. Someone will say, oh, you shouldn't have done that. It's like, well... How do you normally set up autopilot? You need to set up the whole route, or just specifically the destination airport, and the computer sets up the route for you. What you'd want to do is use a piece of software called Simbrief that will set the route up for you, get you a realistic route with a SID, which is a route out of an airport, and a STAR, which is a route into an airport. And you can generally use autopilot then once that route is programmed into your plane. Oslo traffic, Air 920 November, inbound Vatsim, flight level 370, beginning descent for a 19er right arrival, Oslo. Right. Let's go down as low as 3,500. Because there's no ATC to tell us to do it in bits. So we'll just do it all in one big wallop. I won the postcode lottery. No, what's happened, Lee, is I have traded in a load of old games consoles to CEX, and with the vouchers, I've got a 9800X 3D coming. Sadly, though, they don't sell motherboards or RAM. Or rather, the RAM that I want. And they don't do motherboards completely. So I've got to source my own. Which is fine. And honestly, I would rather not get a motherboard from like a second-hand place, because I always think like, why has that ended up there? Do I use my voice to talk to air traffic? Yeah. On Vatsim we do. And on Say Intentions and Beyond ATC. But those two are AI. Yeah, it should be cool, Lee. Should be cool. I'm a little bit apprehensive about the CPU coming, again, because the CPU is going to be technically pre-owned. So I'm a little bit apprehensive about what might show up. But they give you a 5-year warranty and they'll take back anything that's wrong, I presume. So, and processors are generally quite bulletproof, I find. It's always motherboards that are going to cause you any grief. So I'd rather get the motherboard from somewhere like Amazon. So if there's any weirdness or anything that's just like not quite right, I can just zip, get rid of it. Get another one. Right, back to the in-flight entertainment. Yes, it is. Flight sim. Should still have a couple of straight pins on it. Well, that's the other thing with going with a 9800X3D is that it doesn't have pins, it has pads. So all the more reason why it should be fine. If it was a 5800X3D, I would be a bit worried. What CPU? We're getting a 9800X3D to replace my 5800X3D. So I'm going to have to buy a motherboard and RAM out of my own pocket rather than using the trade-in vouchers I got for the stuff I traded in. I was wondering how much VAT I can deduct from the purchase in my country. Well, VAT is 20% here. Yeah, Luke, the 4080 Super does run cooler, that's for sure. But it also doesn't have 24 gigs of RAM, so... Yeah, Roy, 20% VAT in the UK. However, you have to be VAT registered to claim it back, and I am not VAT registered, therefore I cannot claim it back. So I have to pay the VAT. I can claim this back as like a business expense, though, because it is going to be for a business PC, really. Despite the fact it can also play games. Alright, let's lose this Antec case a minute and look at some other options while we continue our descent. I still would like to try that Montec. I kind of like that Montec. 55 quid, 3 fans, boff, done. Recently got a 4900K and highly regret it. Why is that, mate? Oscar graphic settings are a mix of kind of ultra but tuned down a bit. If you don't have a VAT number, then it would be more difficult. Yeah, you need to be VAT registered. The trouble is that like being VAT registered adds a burden to my accounting, so I'd have to pay my accountant more money every month to sort out the VAT. I think you have to earn over like 80 grand a year or something like that, or 90 grand, whatever it is, before you're required to become VAT registered. So on that basis, I would probably not bother with it until... If I'm earning that much money, that's a good problem to have. Like, but until then, I'll park that issue. Cheers, Mr. Aviator. VAT is like sales tax, yeah. Yeah, something like that, Lee. I mean, if ever I got to the point where I was turning over that amount of money from this channel, I would just be like, yeah, fine. Like, good problem to have. Accountant, charge me more money and sort it out, please. Happy to pay, basically. My bucket's filling up again. I think maybe because it's so humid. I don't know. Does RAM help with FPS? It can do. I mean, I'm only changing my RAM because I'm obligated to, because I'm getting a new processor. And I'm just trying to pick out a case maybe to make a house PC. Kind of like that. Does it come in white? They do a white version. Oh, they do. Same price as well. Oh, it's got to be the white, isn't it? I love a white PC. Love it. That looks pretty smart, that. 55 quid all in. With the fans. It's hard to argue, isn't it? Hard to argue. Okay, that's the case. What CPU cooler? I might just go Peerless Assassin, to be honest. Why is Amazon so much more? That is loads more. Why is this one cheaper? So this one is 39. And this one is 27. What? I'm so confused. Well, that one looks good in all black, doesn't it? That looks pretty funky in the white. Right, white Peerless Assassin, decision made. I don't want to hear no more about it. If it's humid, you'll be pulling water out of the air so the bucket will fill. Okay. Oh, nice one, Rob. I'll have a look in a minute. Oh, look, we're seeing land. Right, I should stop looking at PC parts and pay attention to the flight now. We'll continue this discussion on the ground. Humidity in the shed is only 40%, but then I guess that's according to this. See it? Where is it? There we go. Can I show my sensitivity for the Boeing yoke? It's all defaults. All default. My setup is in a shed. Yep. Good morning, Thomas. Oslo traffic, Air Knot 920 November, inbound Adopi, flying the Adopi 3 Mike, arrival for runway 19 right. Oslo traffic. So much convective turbulence coming down, good luck. Yay! What's my FPS? At the moment, keep in mind this is with frame gen, so whatever you see here, half it. Oh, look, we're limited by main thread. There you go, Rob. Screw you. That's why we need a new processor. Oh, you're only going to get 10 FPS more. Whatever. Don't know nothing. So yeah, without frame gen right now, we'd be at like 30, 35. It's all over the place, isn't it? $60 at 4K is plenty. Pre-frame gen. I will agree with you at that. But 30, not so much. Can I show my graphics settings on the ground? There's a video all about it on YouTube, mate, if you want to go and watch it. Samus is the 319. So similar. Let's get that speed down a bit. Where can I find it? Type in air not graphic settings. You'll probably find it. Can I maybe... No, just search for it. Type in air not graphic settings. It'll come up. Lazy bones, honestly. There's one for 24, one for 2020. There's two for 24. One for a mid-range build, one for a high-end build. How much does this setup cost in total? Not the PC, just the sim parts. Probably 1,500, give or take. Is there a big difference between 1080 and 1440? Yes, I would say so, visually. Landing's probably only... ...20 minutes tops. Looks like Linus has just made it. Oh, is that a... They're not on the ground there. Getting ready to join us to Helsinki, brother. Look at it. Can I add you on 24? I don't really do that, Thomas, to be honest, for anyone. Not because I'm trying to be an arsehole, just that I don't fly on multiplayer, therefore there's no point. But you're welcome to fly along on Vatsim, Thomas, if that's your thing, if you want to fly along with us. It's weird, people ask me, like, can I fly with you on Vatsim? It's like, if I said no, there's nothing I can do to stop you. Like, who am I to say no? No, you cannot fly on Vatsim at the same time I do. What Airbus side stick am I running? This is a stick from FS Projects. That is on top of a Moser AB9 currently. Used to be on top of a Thrustmaster Ava base. Then Moser sent the AB9, so we're running with that for now. I don't have a graphics settings video from 2020. Yeah, I do. Moser announced the AB6. Yeah. Yeah, the AB6 looks interesting. I noticed there was also a couple of more... There's a few more buttons kind of thrown in with that one, which I thought was interesting. Jack, yeah, the Moser is probably better, but then it is over twice the price. And is it twice as good? No, it's not. Not by a long way. So it's a hard question to answer, that one. I noticed when I did the Ava review, a lot of people commented saying how, oh, there's no force feedback, so I'm not going to bother for that price. It's like, really? $249, you expect force feedback? Interesting. I was surprised at that. But yeah, it's very customizable because, of course, you can change out the cams, you can change out the springs, you can even tension the springs. So you can dial the Ava in quite a lot of detail. And I still maintain that if you don't want to spend $500-600 on a stick, Ava is a good choice. Lights! Yeah, I think you're right, Roy. Not that that matters for me now, because I've got it buried in MDF. Can't wait for the Bluebird. It looks so good at the Expo. Yeah. I'd like to go to Expo next year. And I know I said that. I said this same thing this time last year. Oh, maybe I'll go next year. The trouble is, it's so much money. I was looking at flights to Minneapolis, and it's like $750 return. Plus hotel, plus food, plus just living, you know, existing. You can probably kiss goodbye to a good £2,000, which is a huge amount of money for me.
Cabin crew must now be seated for landing. Thank you.
But yeah, the tiller. So pleased that we got the tiller. That was all I wanted from Expo. I was just watching the whole thing, and every time someone came up like, oh, we've got a new AI assistant, co-pilot, or flight trainer, or AI, I was like, just give me the bloody tiller. I don't care about your AI stuff, just give me the damn tiller. And then Win came out, and I was like, yes, let's go. Finally. Finally. Maybe I'm just not the market for all of this AI stuff. I think the ATC side of it is very clever and a very good application of AI in the flight sim world. But yeah, I'm not. It's only a 3-hour drive. Yeah. Oh yeah, I mean, like, if it was in London, if they were like, next year we're going to London, I'd be like, there is no way I'm not going to that. I have to go to that. Absolutely no way we're not going. Yeah, I had a funny feeling it was going to be Wing that sorted us out with a tiller. God bless him. And it can go. I think my plan would be to pop it right here. And I noticed by the look of it, it should be very easy to mount. Because I noticed that there's like a little plastic lip that goes all the way around the edge with some screw holes. So I could cut a little hole out and just drop it in. A few little screws. Bzz, 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 and then we're done. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. What plane is this? This is the Airbus A319 Phoenix. Incredibly zoomed in. Here we are. Is it me or does the sim look quite overexposed? We are on the Sim Update 3 latest beta, so maybe that's what it is. Yeah, I guess that's like growing pains for them, Roy, isn't it? As they've become more and more desirable. quite incredible what they've done, really. Cheers, Jackal. Oslo traffic, Air Not 920 November, inbound Bavad, 17 miles to run for a 19 right arrival. May I ask why a tiller is so important to you? Personally, I've never missed one, just happy using my pedals. I find my pedals quite tricky to use on the ground. I find that they're just not particularly accurate. I find I oversteer, and I'm sort of constantly wibbling and wobbling. Then I went to Infinity Simwings just next door to Gatwick and used their tiller, and I was like, oh my god, this is the way. This is the way. Yeah, we'll get to Helsinki. Linus, no problem. I've no idea how much that yoke's going to cost. That yoke looks like money. Money, 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 that yoke looks like. Only thing that puts me off is that you have to use their rudders, don't you, by the look of it? Because I couldn't see any way. I was watching different people's videos. I couldn't see any other rudder pedals that would fit in there. Like, if you had some TPRs, you can kiss goodbye to them, would be my take on it. Unless I'm wrong. Okay, QNH now 1014. But yeah, I would love a tiller. Tiller and some new rudders. And then I think that's it. I think that's it. Then I'm done. Although then I'm going to have to start looking at all the wing throttles and the flaps lever and the speed brakes and new yeah, like Rob says, new TV. It's never going to be done, is it? I think the wing throttle looks really interesting. I'd be really interested to feel how it feels relative to the one I used at Infinity Simwings, because that one felt like it weighed an absolute ton. Like, you really had to move it. Like, really, you had to sort of put some actual physical movement into it. It really felt like you were working to get it to move when you were taxiing on the ground. But as a result, it felt like you could move it just a tiny little bit and get it exactly where you wanted it. Whereas, like, compare and contrast to this is lovely. It's very, very good, but it wasn't that. So I think my judgment on the wing stuff will be, how does it feel relative to that? Have you ever tried connecting to the sim to a VR headset with a cable? Yeah. Pimax have sent me a crystal light. Not to keep, just to borrow. So I try and do at least one flight a month in that. Obviously, because I stream so much, it's not very practical to use it for streaming, and the majority of my flying is while I stream. So it's more like I'll do it for, like video content and stuff like that. All right, landing system at the ready. We've got a desal point between Bavad and Odidi. I can't even say that. Odidi. How do you say that? A doody. A doody. Goodness gracious. Oslo traffic, Air 920 November, flying inbound Odudi for a 19 right arrival, 13 miles to run. Odudi indeed, Pokra. Does my flight sim setup interfere with my other gaming or computer use? Not so much, because I just basically spin 90 degrees and I've got a more traditional gaming setup going on. Some speed brakes. I'm going to go speed 180. Laps 2. Approach mode armed. Or on, I should say. Oslo traffic, Air 920 November, 10 mile final for runway 19 right, speed 160 till 5. Your flaps full. The Thrustmaster yoke, I have a great time with the Thrustmaster yoke. I do enjoy it a lot. And I think relative to what Windwing are going to bring out, it could look like incredibly good value. Okay, 5,000 feet for our go-around altitude is set. Feet on the rudders. Thrustmaster yoke is a lot of money, but I've got a funny feeling Windwing's one's going to be a hell of a sight more. Okay, looks like Oslo traffic, Air 920 November on a 5 mile final now for runway 19 right. Okay, let's go final approach speed. Where are you going, mister? You gonna hold for us? You better. Okay, gear down. Well done, Noz. You stay there. Appreciate you. And Oslo traffic, Air 920 November, now on a 3 mile final, runway 19 right, correction, Oslo traffic.
1,000.
Oh, it's disconnected. Right, my plane. Let's do it. Very inopportune moment to need to rub my eye. What a beautiful approach, though.
500.
I'm a bit high. Come on.
400.
Correct for that. Plenty of time. There we go.
300. 100 above. 200.
Okay, looking at the pappies now at this point. Continue. Not too worried about what the ILS thinks.
100.
50?
50. 40. 30. 20. Retard. Drive.
300, I'll take that. $70 knots, reverses away. Oslo traffic, Air Not 1902 November, runway 19 right vacated. Oslo traffic. Shouldn't be default scenery.
Oslo traffic, Widerøe 301 overhead to do the inbound runway 19 right ILS. Oslo traffic.
Where are we going? Where am I? Where do I go? Straight on, probably, isn't it? Oslo traffic, Air Not 902 November, taxiing to stands via November and Golf, stand 22. Oslo traffic. Is it worth me getting this for VR? If you've already got VR, I'd say Flight Sim is an awesome thing to get for it.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Deckers, I've got like a cheapo Amazon touchscreen. It was like £90 and it connects into my streaming PC, not my sim PC. And that's how I managed to capture it for the streams, because I just get OBS to capture the output of that screen. It's eye tracker time. Oh, I've missed the eye tracker. Alright, where are we going? Stand 2-2. Assuming 2-2 is free. I think it is, because it's quite far up. I will of course have to ignore you, chat, while the eye tracker's on, because if I look at chat, everything's going to go haywire. Oh, there's an air knot, look. Cluttering the place up. Again, there's 1 0. 1 2. One 6, 1 8. What did we say? 2 2. I don't know why we chose 2 2, to be honest with you. But hey, if it works, it works. There we go. Head tracking off now. I can move my head freely and look at chat. What's going on here then? Leave it there. I daren't go any further. Right. Parking brakes on. APU is set. Lights are off. No, off. APU is on. Get the APU bleed on. Engine's off. Let's see what we got. Morning, Lanky. Close the flight. Passengers out. Beacon off. 10 out of 10. Of course.
Oslo traffic, Air 71 Foxtrot, pushing back from stand 14 to face west.
Is that 707 that's just made it down?
Oslo traffic, Metro 301, vacated runway 30. Sorry, 19 right.
I seem to have messed up with the the parking alignment. Never mind. Happy days. Right, we're going to go to Helsinki next. If we can get over to Helsinki, that'll be a nice little day out, that. So, that means going to my airlines, go to Air Not, go to the trophies. Now we're going to go Oslo to Helsinki, so we'll book that flight. We'll stay in the same aircraft. I can't be bothered to switch. If we say we'll go at 11:15, which will be 25 minutes time, that will do nicely. Then if we click the clipboard, it will make us a plan in Simbrief, which is another nice thing that I like. What mod am I using for the airport? It's the flightsim.to one, Eddie. Just trying to find a blank page in my notebook. That'll do. Okay, Air Not 69 a Tango. Nice. So now if we go to view the flight plan. There we go. Oh, this should be a pretty flight. Look at all this scenery we're going to pass over. So cost index is 49. And 37,000 feet. We're on runway 19 right for takeoff. Using the MSFS 6 Delta. Always make notes of this sort of stuff. Runway 33 is the plan for Helsinki. According to this at least, on the Lucat 8 Whiskey. Lovely. Now, I'm going to try and remember to... Let's get deboarding underway. I love seeing lots of air not tails around. I mean, it's a total, like, ego thing, to be honest with you, but it's just sort of lets you know that you've built something that's pretty cool and is appreciated by others. It's nice, I like it. Alright, take the APU power, turn off the APU. Turn off the fuel pumps because we are going to be fueling very shortly. Should we just
Oslo traffic, Air Knot
reset everything?
71 Foxtrot, taxiing for 19 right.
See you in Helsinki, buddy. Reload Simbrief. Simbrief okay. Good. Therefore, let's bring in our flight. Mass and balance, load aircraft, boarding and refueling. Jolly good. If we go to MCDU, ATSU, AOC menu, flight init. What's my rudder setting? Gary, it's just default stuff with the Logitech ones. And I'm not very happy with it, to be honest with you. There will be new rudder pedals in this shed quite soon. TBH. Right, Air Knot 6 9er Tango. Cost index was 49. Yes, it was. 370. I should get some like notepads printed that have got like little boxes for all of this stuff that I always scribble down. The official Air Knot Vatsim notepad. Speaking of which, we need to get the official Air Knot coffee mug out in a minute because it's 5 to 12 and I haven't had one yet on stream. Well, I was finishing one at the start. Lovely, that's all in. So we're going to do 19er right on the massive 6 Delta. We'll plan for 3-3. Always change it the nearer we get. What's the active runway at the moment? What plane are you in, Gary? Are you in the Phoenix by any chance? Because I struggle like anything in the Phoenix. You're doing RNAV for 3-3. Oh, in that case, we're definitely not doing 3-3 then, Linus. Let's do... It's got to be 0-4 left or 0-4 right, isn't it? 04 right would be my preference. You're going to go 04 left because that's what ATC will use. Okay, fine, I'll do that. On the Lacub, or the Lacket 9 Bravo. That'll do. Okay. ILS 04 left. Right, let's have a quick look at that. How are we getting on with the boarding? Okay, passengers are boarding, or boarded. That's a terrible excuse, 707, but I'll accept it in this instance. Alright, mate. You get a pass this one time. Next time, though, we'll be expecting you in Helsinki. Honestly, these air not pilots need to get their stuff together. Redux, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I get it, Linus, but I prefer to do what's considered right, even though we're on advisory, if you know what I mean. Alright, let's step through the route. Nice departure out of here, that's what we like. Yeah, so I'm going to go manual after NEMV. Bring us out into Podum, in on 04 left. That'll do nicely. Fuel's nearly done as well. The fuel is done. Surely now we're just waiting for fuel to go away. Such good parking. Just left the door wide open there.
Oslo traffic, Air 71 Foxtrot, entering runway 19 right.
Right, I'm going to take this opportunity to make a quick coffee before we take off, alright? Then we need to finish speccing the PC. Lots of important jobs to do today. Back in a minute. Oh my god, the bucket's nearly full again.
Oslo traffic, Air 71 Foxtrot, taking off runway 19 right for May 6 Delta departure.
Hi. Do I fly the 737? Eddie, we do in 2020. I don't have the iFly yet, though. Oh, I'm back with the official Airnaut coffee mug. Get yours today at shop.airnaut.co.uk. And you too can enjoy a coffee, just like me. How was that for a sales pitch? Was that alright? Don't know what GSX is doing there. Another bit of insane realism. Yeah, we won't mention that, Rob, if it's all the same to you. In my defence, I was expecting this little sign to, like, direct me in, and it kind of didn't, and then it was too late. And I didn't fancy putting on the reversers right by the gate. See, Lanky gets it. I'm really enjoying that Nespresso machine we got. And I know Nespresso, like, for coffee people is, like, bottom of the barrel stuff. And I used to be a coffee person, so I get what you... I get it. But I do love just pressing a button and getting a fairly decent coffee out of it with no effort. I used to do the whole AeroPress thing, and, you know, I was mad into it. Oh, Oz Flight Sim is here. How's the aircon? Back up and running with UK heat? Yeah. Although I can't figure out what's going on with it. Like, I'm not an aircon expert. My brother-in-law is an aircon engineer, so I should maybe ask him. But this time last year, I had it on all summer long, and it did the trick. And it didn't create any water. Whereas now, it feels like it's less effective, and I've got water coming out of this little hose continuously. And it's not in dehumidifier mode, it's just in aircon mode. And I've got this little pipe going into a bucket. And now the bucket's filling, whereas last year it was not. And I don't know why that is. So I don't know. Robert, yes. Yes, we are. L. Mitchell says, are you still using the 7900 XTX? I'm looking at getting one. Is there a good price? And I want to use it for 4K and 24. Would this be a good card? I've heard it is. Yeah, I'm still using it. Using it right now. FPS wise at the minute, let me show you what we're getting. So this is with frame generation. So we are currently limited by our main thread. So whatever number you see there, divide it by 2, and that would basically be what we get without frame gen. So we're at about 30, 31, 32 FPS, but that is not the fault of the GPU, because look, main thread is taking around about 30 milliseconds to do what it needs to do. So that's the processor, that's the main thread of your processor. It's taking 30 milliseconds to do its part of the equation to get a frame on the screen. The GPU, currently taking 16, 17. So potentially, if our CPU limit would get out of the way, we could maybe be close to doubling our FPS before any frame generation. Sorry, I totally missed that. That notification then, whoever that was, thank you. Oh, Oz, I've got a 9800X3D on the way. That should hopefully be here tomorrow / the next day. So when we get up into cruise again, we're going to finish off doing this. We're going to have a look at the supporting parts that I need, because I traded in my old GameCube and I can't believe I did that. But it turns out it was still worth quite a lot of money. I don't know if you get... Do you get CEX in Australia? Consumer Electronics Exchange? Anyway, I traded it in with them. They gave me like close to £200 for my old GameCube and a handful of games. They gave me another 80 quid for my Xbox 360, another 110 for a load of old Mega Drive games. PS3, they gave me another 60 quid. What else did they do? Original Xbox, OG Xbox. I think they gave me another 90 for that with some old games. It turns out all this stuff was still worth a bit, but that Xbox was making some weird clicking noises. and I've got a funny feeling that the hard drive's on its way out in it. Yeah, that's a really good point, Oz. Flight Sim is saying that he's going to hold off buying a new PC build just in case we need a new motherboard for the next gen CPUs. That did cross my mind as well, because otherwise I'm going to be in the same situation again on AM5 as I currently am with AM4, in that I'm hard stuck on a 5800X 3D. Hardware Unboxed guys, though, were saying they think it's fairly unlikely that we're going to need a new socket, but it could happen. Could happen. Yeah, Sourdough, I know, it's a shame getting rid of the GameCube. I was fine. I was fine getting rid of the 360. I was fine getting rid of the old Xbox, because that was like making some funny noises, and I thought they were going to reject it, but they accepted it, and I was like, fine, whatever, that's on you. PS2, the disk drive was a bit janky. It would sometimes get stuck when it came out. Again, I thought they would pick that up and reject it. They didn't. They seemed happy with it. Old Mega Drive games, I never touched them, to be honest. I haven't played them in 30 years. But the GameCube, that one did sting a little bit. The GameCube stung.
Armon traffic center 641 Heavy Gate 56, pushing start facing east, Tug release land 18, Gardermoen traffic.
Alright, let's get our fuel pumps on. And get the APU on. Yeah, it's not a bad idea, Osflight Simulator. To be honest, had I not... Basically, the only reason why this has all happened is because my kid wanted a Switch 2, and I said, have you ever played a Nintendo game? Like, how do you know you want a Switch 2? He's like, no, I've never played any Nintendo games. I was like, right, you need to play some Nintendo games, because they kind of hit a bit different. They're not like... It's not like playing Astrobot on the PS5. Like, Zelda hits different. You've got to give Zelda a little bit of yourself before it gives something back, I find. And I think that's a lesson that would serve him well, to be honest, because I think there's a little bit too much instant gratification in his life. So I was like, right, I've got an old GameCube upstairs. We need to get that out, and you can have a go on it and see what you think. And yeah, we got the GameCube out. Couldn't believe it after like all those years. Like 20 odd years up in the loft. Turned it on. Instantly worked. Seeing like old game saves from 2003 on my memory card is just like crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. But yeah, once we got the Switch 2, it kind of dawned on me that like I've got all this old tech upstairs that's been sat there for 20 years plus.
Taxi to Charlie 1 and 9, right?
Maybe I should get rid of it. You know? I guess you could argue I'll keep it because it'll be worth even more in 20 years' time, but it's like, well, how long do you keep doing that for? Anyway, the point is now we've got a load of CEX vouchers, and I spent them all on a 9800X 3D. So, yay pudding. Performance 149149143. Christopher, welcome to Premium Economy, my friend. A little bit of extra legroom for you, Christopher. Same terrible service, mind. Flaps 1 for takeoff. That's great. Happy days. Right, let's beacon on. Thank you, Christopher. Appreciate that, I really do. Like I say, I couldn't do this without all of your support, so thank you very much indeed. More 3D printers. Yeah, don't you do mods or something, Osflight Simmer?
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
It's really weird because I was talking to my accountant about that because he was saying like how much free stuff have you taken for review, and I said, well, a little bit but not loads, and he was like, that's fine, but just keep in mind that you owe tax on it. So we've said loads of times on the channel now, if I take a £1,000 joystick, I owe £1,000 worth of tax, so I owe 20% on it. There'll be another £200 on my tax bill at the end of the year. So you need to be careful in what you accept, or the other solution is simply to sell it afterwards. But then that could be super awkward because, like, imagine if like Thrustmaster came back to me and said, "Oh, hey, we've got this like thing that would be really cool for the joystick we sent you last year. Could you do some follow-up content?" And I'm like, "Nah, mate, sorry, I sold it." I don't know. But it would clear the debt, I suppose. Alright, what's going on? Why are these guys still here? Nose right, tail left. So that's going to be... We're going to be facing to the south, aren't we? Yeah, maybe you've got the right idea there, old Simmer. Maybe you have. Maybe flogging it might be the plan. Oslo traffic, air not 69 a tango, pushing back stand 22 facing west. I've just realised I haven't filed my plan on Vatsim. Cool. If they want you to do more content, they should give you another one. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Yeah, I guess it's not until like recently that I've actually oh god, that I've just connected to Vatsim in observer mode. You might have a point there. If they want more content, they should send you another thing.
Cargo and traffic.
Where am I? What 3D printer have you got? Or printers, I should say. Why am I not appearing on here? I got myself a little Creality Ender. Which I know isn't crazy. Oslo traffic once again, air not 69 a tango, stand 22, pushing back facing west. Oslo traffic. Oh no, GSX, what have you done? Oh, you've got to be shitting me. Why does it always do this? Every stream. Oh, fine, we're doing this again, are we, GSX? Fine. I'll play your stupid game. Cheers, Viz. What the hell has just happened? Is it because I restarted GSX? What did I do wrong now? What did I do? What did I do that upset it? Oh, that's annoying. Every time. Right. Prepare for pushback and departure. Hey, Demon. Right, back in a second, guys. Locking gear. Right, nose right, tail left.
Release parking brakes, please.
Oslo traffic, third time lucky, air knot 69, a tango, stand 22, pushing back, facing west. Thanks once again to GSX, Oslo traffic.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at wheel.
Right,
Crew, arm doors and cross-check.
get a VR. I have a VR. I don't know why I'm not appearing on Vatsim radar. I am similarly confused. I am here now. Don't know, man. Why not fly in VR then? Because streaming's very difficult in VR, I find, because I want to be able to look over here for chat, I want to look at charts, I want to do all this sort of stuff. VR is very much a for me thing. Ooh, banner is not updated. Sit tight. Plan a flight. Load last Simbrief plan. Update. God, I feel in a bad mood now because of GSX. Ruining my zen. Yeah, this is freeware Oslo. Parking brake set. Just waiting on engine number 2.
Unlocking gear.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alright, I'm going to be super lazy and just put 370 in the window.
Bypass pin removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
Yeah, when GSX works, it works. Oh, Thomas. Call yourself a fan. What a lovely little approach this is going to be. A proper little swooping out, isn't it? Right. Let's taxi to 19 right via Golf.
Fairmont traffic center 641 heavy lining up and digging up runway 19 left on the MSFS 5 Charlie departure initial climb 7,000 feet. Fairmont traffic.
Oh, new sky. Thank you. That would have been very sad, wouldn't it? Thank you. Yeah, like an ongoing score would be cool, wouldn't it, Linus? Alright, APU bleed off. APU off. So we're going to go via Golf and November. Oslo traffic, Air Knot 69er Tango taxiing to runway 19er right via Golf and November. Shall we? Helsinki, here we come. What are we at now? 12:30. Shouldn't be a crazy long flight, should it? Because we're going to be due in there at 2:10, so about an hour and 40. That's pretty good timing, actually, for me. Yeah, I know what you mean, Thomas. I mean, we could get the Max, the iFly Max. It's just money, really, for me. I think people assume that because I've got a YouTube channel about flight sim, I can just drop loads of money on everything, and the truth is I can't. So I'm very much in the same camp as probably a lot of you, having to kind of really think about decisions when it comes to buying stuff. And I try and think about that when I review stuff, because it's all well and good to get stuff for free and be like, oh yeah, it's great, you should buy it. But I try and think, like, knowing what I know now about the product and knowing its price, if I didn't have one here.
Around traffic center 641 heavy airborne runway 19er left passing 2,300 climbing flight level 410 MSFS Charlie departure last call government good day.
Would I buy another one? Old habits die hard. Just using my joystick on my yoke instead of the head tracker. That's how accustomed I've become to doing it in 24 now, without the head tracker. Are the $80 builds worth it? What do you mean the $80 builds? You referring to like the planes, or I'm a bit confused. Why does it think we're in the climb on the overlay? We're clearly not, are we? The add-on aircraft. PMDG and the Phoenix, I absolutely adore. If you haven't got either one of those, I would recommend it. Particularly the Phoenix, I think is good value, because you get the 319, the 320, the 321, I think inside of 90 quid, which is quite good. And they do fly differently. It's not just like we're in a shorter A320. This plane absolutely flies and handles differently. Going between this and the 321, very different thing to land. You've got a flare much earlier in the 321, flare a bit heavier. So obviously you've got a heavier aircraft that's coming down. Hi from UHBB. UHBB, where's that? Where's that? Where's that? Don't tell me. Don't tell me. UHBB. Okay, you're going to have to tell me. Anyone know where UHBB is? Dev, we're in the 319 at the moment from Phoenix. Not sure why I was just hanging onto the yoke then. Oh, Aaron, thank you, buddy. Thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to economy. Thanks, Aaron. And thanks again to Christopher as well. On the border with China. Aha. Right, here we go then. Runway coming up. Felt rude not to join. I'm happy to guilt trip you in that case. Thank you very much indeed. I do appreciate it. I say not to sound like a broken record, but it's you guys that become members and hit the donate button and all that stuff that keeps it going, really. Because the ad revenue alone, yeah, that doesn't really do it. Like, really doesn't do it. Well, for a freeware, I would say this has been a complete success. Also, we need to give SoFly some love, because they announced they're doing Bristol, which I am such a big fan of. Because I'm not 100% sure that Pilot Plus one is all it's cracked up to be completely honest with you. Alright, strobes on, nose to take off, taxi lights on, do runway turn off for good manners. Let's start the clock. Give the cabin a buzz. Flaps are set. Have we done our trim? I don't think we did our trim, did we? Up 0.7. 2, 3, 4, 7. There we go. That'll do. What ad revenue? There you go, Ozflight Simmer. Ozflight Simmer gets it. Alright, what's going on here? We've got a few of them coming in. I reckon we can go now. Oslo traffic, Air 069 Tango taking off for an immediate departure. Runway 19 right on the MSFS 6 Delta departure. Yeah, the old ad revenue isn't quite hitting the mark, is it, these days? Particularly on the live streams. I mean, it's like you could go live for hours and hours and hours and maybe make £1. And you'll burn more than that in electricity. Especially with this bloody aircon going for it. What was it they called it? The adpocalypse. Right, turn and burn. Let's get out of the way. Okay, thrust set SRS green. Hands on the throttle till V1, come on. Okay, V1, rotate. Positive climb. Gear up. Also traffic Air 069 Tango, airborne out of 19 right, 1,000 feet. Levers into climb. Flaps away. Bit loud, and I'll turn that down. Was Pirigee also doing Bristol? No, they're doing Birmingham, I thought. Roy? Oh god, TCAS is on standby. I knew I forgot something. My bad, hopefully New Sky doesn't fine us for that, although it might do. Because I was in a rush doing a turn and burn, that's why. That's my bad. Oh, this is a nice departure. Loving this. Okay, standard pressure. Again, just nice to be able to hand fly, isn't it? As much as possible. Because we do spend quite a lot of time with autopilot on, so it's nice to make the most of when it's good to do it yourself. Oh god. Didn't mean to press that button. Oh no, my TV wants to turn itself off. Not now. Stop it. Right, 10,000 feet. Let's get lights off. This is a lovely area of the world to fly in though, isn't it, this? This is lovely. Roy, you're making me wonder now about Pirigee and Bristol. I could have sworn it was Birmingham. Yeah, I mean, Pilot Plus did an alright job at Bristol, but I just think the terraforming's not right. Like, the lumps in the runway, they're just too pronounced. I feel like it needs to be more granular. Especially when you jump off at Gulf X-Ray. Like, it's almost like you're going down a skateboard ramp to get onto the taxiway. It's not right at all. Like, and I know that because I've been through Bristol more times than I can count. And I always pay attention when I'm there. Good old Brizzle. We like Brizzle, we do. When should autopilot turn on? I mean, turn it on whenever you like, really. I like to hand fly as much as possible. Like, I've been hand flying now all the way from the beginning. Like, the way I look at it is we've got all this equipment and we obsess over, oh, what's the best joystick, what's the best yoke, to then just turn autopilot on at 400 feet. It just seems a bit counterintuitive. What scenery do I use when I fly from Bristol? At the moment, the Pilot Plus one, but I'm not 100% convinced it's quite right, given my real-world knowledge of Bristol. There's what they call the Bristol Bounce, which is runway 09er, where if you come in to land on that one, there's basically like a speed ramp in the runway. And speaking to an A320 Neo captain that sometimes pops into the stream, who's based out of Bristol, he says the general advice is to land after it. So you sort of try and land a bit long almost. Whereas if you come in on 27, you're kind of landing uphill. so you can kind of float it, and then the land will just come up and grease your wheels, which is fine, but I find it's very, very lumpy on the Pilot Plus version, to the point where it feels like it could be a level out of Tony Hawk's. And if you land 09 and then jump off at Gulf X-Ray, is it 09? 27? Either way, at like the remote end of the runway, where the terminal isn't, up there, if you were to jump off at Gulf X-Ray, I think it is, it's almost like you go down a ramp. Like it could be like for a skateboard, it's that pronounced. Now, I don't know whether that's because it was built in a time for 2020 when you couldn't go that fine-grained with the terraforming detail, and it's just been made compatible with 2024. Maybe there's going to be a 2024 upgrade, because you know when Asobo were demoing it all, the 24 stuff, they were given examples of like the mesh that makes up the ground, like comparing it from 2020 to 24 and how much higher resolution 24 is. I'm going to enable autopilot now. Then we can chat. Maybe the Pilot Plus one needs an update to take advantage of all that stuff. But yeah, Birmingham from Pirigi is going to be good. I just hope that we get a bit more ATC as well. Do you have displacement mapping enabled in your settings regarding Bristol? I have displacement mapping on in my graphic settings for the sim as a whole, if that's what you mean. Is that what you mean? I don't know if that's what you mean. Here we go. There's Linus. Cracking on in his A350. Any ATC that we need to be aware of? Nope. UK's doing alright though. No. We'd have a bit of ATC coming out of East Mids if we were on at the moment. Oh, we need to do some East Mids op in the 777 again. Love the triple. But yeah, big. If SoFly can do an improved version of Bristol, I'd be all over that. I'd be all over that. How much did my setup cost? It's hard to say because some of it I was given by brands, so I don't know if that counts. But I guess if I were to buy it all, probably I don't know, between 1,000 and 1,500 probably. It's not something I like to think about because it kind of underscores just how much I've spent on this hobby, which is frightening when you think about it. Do you think it's worth getting hold? Do you think it's worth holding off getting Bristol until SoFly is released? Depends how much you fly in and out of Bristol. I mean, the Pilot Plus one is an improvement over the default, no question about it. I just think the terraforming is a little bit aggressive. Cheers, JB. The terraforming is a bit aggressive. There might be Helsinki radar coming online. Really? Well, we'll keep an eye out of that, shall we? And I don't know when SoFly is going to be released. I mean, it could be like the back end of this year for all we know, couldn't it? Like, this stuff takes a while. I did a little bit of work with SoFly for their Hanover airport that they did a little while ago. So the guy that was on stage at Expo, I've got his email address, and as soon as he said about it on stage, I just emailed him with like Bristol in capital letters with about 10 exclamation marks after it. Because I feel like he didn't get as much of a cheer as he deserved for that. It really reminded me of when Steve Jobs announced the original iPhone. He was like, it's a widescreen iPod with touch controls. Everyone's like, yes! And he's like, it's a touchscreen mobile phone. Everyone's like, yes! And it's like, and it's an internet communicator. And everyone's just like, oh, great. Little did we realise, most of the usage we'll make out of that iPhone will be as an internet communicator. We just didn't know it. You're like, internet communicator? What's that? They're saying it should be Q3. Oh, yeah. So that's well, the next 3 months then, isn't it? I'm in a call with a guy who is coming after his flight. I'm confused. I'm in a call with a guy who is coming after his flight, so you can track IEN40C. As in, IEN40C is going to become radar. Is that what you're saying? EIN, whoops. Where are we? Nice. After his flight, he'll go to Helsinki radar. Oh, gotcha. We'll tell him we'll try and behave ourselves. It's that A350 with Linus in it he'll have to watch after. You know what Linus is like, that rascal. He's at Dublin going to EGCC. Cool. When am I going to have a go at ATC? Probably, even if I wanted to, Rob, I probably wouldn't be able to. For a very long time. Because to get trained on Vatsim is, like, Grumpy wanted to do it. He wanted to do, like, because, like, if you look at Edinburgh right now, to start off on Vatsim, you would do your, is it S1 they call it? Which is where you are able to control ground. Then, once you've done an airport like, you know, Edinburgh or, you know, Manchester, you can then apply to do Gatwick ground, which requires a lot of hours before they'll let you do Gatwick ground. Then they'll put you through a training process for that. Then you can move on to Heathrow ground. Then you can move on to do a tower. But like Grumpy wanted to do it. And I think they told him it was like over a year's wait just to even think about getting onto ground. And the UK version of Vatsim advised him to try like Norway, because maybe they'll take him on and he could maybe start controlling Bergen, this kind of place. He might have a quicker time of it. And I think his training is due to begin in September. So we'll all have to go and annoy Grumpy up in Bergen. This is Flight Sim 24. Yeah, I think as soon as Grumpy gets onto Bergen ground, we just need to all like do flybys of the tower at like 50 feet. So yeah, it's something I would like to do, maybe, in the future. I'm not ready for it right now. Not in the sense I couldn't do it. I'm not motivated enough to do it right now. I'm just having too much fun, selfishly, flying on Vatsim. Maybe when there comes a day that I can do it with my eyes closed, then I'll look for that challenge of doing it on Vatsim, doing the control. Good luck, Liam. Oh, I'd love to see Grumpy's reaction if we tried buzzing him on the tower. Why? My clock stopped. I think I must have accidentally paused it. Let's let the passengers out. Let's get them using those toilets. Get them buying drinks. That's what we want. Am I X-Ray November Oscar 69 Tango? Yes. 4060 or 5060? Not familiar with the 5060 other than the reviews were a bit clandestine, weren't they? That was a little bit weird, all that, wasn't it? I feel like Nvidia are going to, at some point, if this AI thing doesn't take off, they're going to have to come crawling back to us, aren't they? And they're going to actually have to behave themselves. Because right now I don't feel like they've been behaving very well at all. Right. Really looking forward to the BFU update from Phoenix. See what they come up with. Yes. So, this is the plan so far. Peerless Assassin 120, Gigabyte B850 Eagle, G-Skill Trident, and a Montec XR. How does your sim stutter sometimes with these specs? The sim stutters no matter what. I've got a 9800X 3D coming in the next few days, which is why we're looking at a new motherboard and RAM to go with it. And I suspect even with that it will still stutter, to be honest with you. I suspect it still will. Now, as for a power supply, I've got an 850 watt in my sim PC currently. For the PC that's going to become the inside PC, I've got a 650 watt. It should be alright with a 4080 Super. $200 to $400 price range. I would be tempted to start looking at AMD at that price range, to be honest. I feel like you're going to get better value. Okay. How much is a power supply if I were to upgrade for... So much money, isn't it, all this stuff? I'm better off maybe to just sell my old stuff. But yeah, Phoenix BFU update is going to be huge. I can't wait for that. Cannot wait. So if we lose the case, if we look on just what that upgrade's going to cost, $419. I still don't feel quite right about this B850 Eagle, somehow. What are people saying about it? Oh my god, Edge, go away. How much is a 5800X 3D RAM and Mobo combo going for second hand? Is it on the LTT forums? Do I still have the 4080? Yeah, that's kind of the point of all of this, really, is that I'm going to put a 9800X3D in the PC that's out here for the sim. Take the 5800X3D platform that's coming out of it, so RAM, CPU, motherboard. Take my 4080 Super, buy an extra case. I already have a power supply that's a 650 watt, but that should be enough. And then I've got a PC for in the house. And do I need another SSD? I've got a 1 terabyte. Probably not then. How much is an SSD now? What's SSD pricing like these days? It's not terrible, is it? Looks like a B850 Eagle with mildly worse VRM, smaller heat sinks. I think I'll probably be okay. That's not bad SSD pricing nowadays, is it? 1 terabyte for 62 quid. I know it's only a P3 Plus, I get that, but nevertheless, you get the point. It's not bad. No, Si, I didn't. That's quite cool, though. That is quite cool. Yeah, I think we could go with this to start with. If we change that to Amazon, we get free shipping. Bada bing, bada boom. $419 for a motherboard, RAM, and a CPU cooler. It's quite a lot of money, isn't it, really? But what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Still cheaper than a Switch Mario Kart bundle. I do quite like this cooler. Whoa, that is a very busy build. Look at that. There is not a lot of room in there, is there? Flippin' heck. There is not a lot of room in there. Helsinki approach is on. Let's have a look. I can't see it yet. Ah, there they are. Okay, so that is 119,100. Beautiful. It does look like a microwave, doesn't it? Yeah, that is a very... I mean, look at that GPU. That is right on the floor of the case. Right on the floor. I do like these big tower coolers, just in the whole, like... set it and forget it. I feel like with an AIO in like 2 or 3 years, you're going to be coming back to it, being like, why is my CPU getting hot? Why is my pump making a funny noise? Whereas these, just like, just repaste it. Again, looking at this, look. You're not going to see much of your ram, are you? I'm guessing there's enough clearance to get the fan over the ram. Because otherwise that's going to be a bit tight, isn't it? AIO for the win. I know what you mean, Philip. They just cost more to buy, and then they wear out. I'm very much into set it and forget it when it comes to things like cooling. Yeah, look at that, look. You are not seeing that ram, are you? Oh, sort your cables out, mate. Get some cable combs in. Why go for custom sleeve cables just to then leave them like a bloody mess like that? Get some cable combs. That could look so much nicer. Amateur hour. I suppose you can't see it once you put that cover on. Tropical storm Flossie in the eastern Pacific is now a hurricane. Yikes. Why buy the cables though? Why buy the sleeve cables if you're just going to leave them there looking like junk? Like, that's a lot of money to buy those cables. At least, like, you know, make an effort to do it properly. Or just don't do it and save your money. Look at that, look. Look at that. Beautiful. Absolutely incredible. You know? You know? Just put a bloody comb on it. It looks a million times better for like £2 for some combs off of Amazon. Any advice on things to do for a 20-hour flight? Yeah, see, I don't know. We were talking about that like a while ago. Like, what do people do on long hauls? And the only decent answer I seemed to get was do something else. It's like, well, why do it then? I don't understand it. I do have an Antec demon. I do have like an old Antec, what's it called? Something 900? My bucket's filling up again. Very weird. Right, how long have I got before top of descent? I've got about 80 miles, haven't I think. 93 miles, and I'm still quite a way out from Helsinki radar. On that basis, I'm going to make a quick trip into the house, grab a water, and then we'll land this thing. I'll see you in a minute. Right. That's me sorted. Yep, I think that's the plan. Get that little lot. I think CEX have just emailed me to say that they've dispatched something. Well, they said it could take 3 to 5 business days, so we'll see. Could be a weekend job. These two might have a fight. Okay, what runway's in use then? For 04 left, that's good. Good advice from Linus to go for 04 left. Condition report. All parts dry. QNH 1011. Acknowledge information. Foxtrot. Will do. Good. Cornwolf, how are you, mate? Hey, mate, hope you're well. I am well. Hope you're well. I'm sure you already answered this, but excited much about the Windwing nose gear control. So excited. So excited. I'm just annoyed they didn't reach out to discuss doing like an air-not signature model, given how much I went on about it. How could they? So rude. Oh, my ground spoilers are armed. Did not know that. Aero Province, how are you? In the same boat as you. Thing is, I've never put a PC together, so kind of holding me back buying a 9800X3D RAM and motherboard. And taking out the old stuff. Yeah, if you've never done it, it can be quite daunting, especially as you might have to update your BIOS, and I don't know, like YouTube makes it look really easy. Like you watch some of the YouTubers, like, oh, just put the processor in, RAM in, put it in, and then it works. It's like, and that's fine until it doesn't work. And I've been in that situation. The first build I ever did, I was like 14. Saved up all my money from my paper rounds and all that. I had about £1,000 saved, which was a hell of a lot of money for me. And I built this PC. It was an AMD 3500 Athlon 64 dual core, if anyone's old enough to remember them. A whopping 1 gigabyte of RAM, which was that was a big deal. An Nvidia 6800 Ultra, that was the first gen to have SLI. Because that was the dilemma. It's like, oh, do I get a 6800 Ultra, or do I get two 6600 GTs and SLI them? That was like where all the reviewers were trying to figure that sort of stuff out. But do you know how to update the BIOS if you've got a processor that's too new for the board and you don't have an old processor of the same type to put in? That sort of thing, Bobby. But yeah, I built it all, put it all together, and it sucked. It wouldn't boot. Turned out I had a faulty motherboard, but I had no spare parts to test with. And the people that I bought it from were less than helpful. And they're no longer in business. Shock horror. They're like, well, you built it, you figure it out. Oh wait, what happened to Gav? Gav's had a water-related issue. No, don't tell me his house flooded. But yeah, Elliot, I did mine was a minor. It's basically like a bucket of water going over the floor, so it wasn't too bad. Could have been a hell of a sight worse had I not noticed it though, because that would have just kept going and going and going and going. That would not have been good. He took on 3 triplet cats that needed to stay in, of course, for a while. How does that relate to the water? After leaving them... Oh, no. After leaving him in his kitchen overnight, one tried for an escape out of the kitchen window and fell on the hot tap lever. Oh, no! No! And it ran boiling water all night, flooding the entire kitchen. Oh, God. Gav. Oh, such a shame, because Gav's such a nice guy as well. Like, he seems like an absolute diamond. I hate it when that sort... I mean, it's bad enough when it happens to anyone, but, like, it's awful when it happens to someone that you look up to and think's a nice guy. Oh, poor Gav. He's trying to sell. Oh, no. Is that a rip up the floorboards job then, is it? Ah, oh, poor Gav, that sucks. No, that really sucks. Hurricane Flossie is still getting stronger, really. Oh, man, all because of a cat hitting the tap. That's like... Oh, that's so annoying, isn't it? Damn. Yeah, my bucket's looking pretty good now, right? Poor Gav. I feel bad now I've heard that. Right, 5 miles. I'm going to start by taking us down to 8,000 feet. It's peeled off his cupboard door veneers and trashed the floor. Oh my goodness. Yeah, hello Wasp. Yeah, we're just talking about Gav and his kitchen. He's had a bit of a flood. Poor guy. Hey Antwards. Where have you been, Wasp? You've been driving? Grumpy's taxi service. What star into Helsinki? It is. Well, I'm using the... Blackett 9 Bravo. Although approach is on, so we're likely to get buzzed and then vectored, I would assume. Do you know when Phoenix will go out of experimental with the Phoenix A320 in 24? Yeah, so they're going to do a what they're calling the BFU update, so like a big update. Whenever that launches is when that will happen. Good, thanks Antwards, how are you? Gary, I love the Windwing announcements. Windwing won Flight Sim Expo, as far as I'm concerned. Is there any point to buy FS traffic when you only use Vatsim? I mean, you can use it for model matching within Vatsim. And they're arguably higher quality, but FSLTL also does a pretty damn good job and it's free. So, up to you. Yeah, Windwing. I mean, they should have just called it Windwing Expo, really, in my view. Windwing Expo with a load of AI nonsense tacked onto the side. It's kind of... Maybe they should have called it that. Right, we're rocking and a rolling. Oh, Antwoord, you've moved streams. Right, I'm still a fair way out. So these guys are looking like they're all being vectored in nice and early. When will they hold an FS Expo in the UK, Europe? Yeah. Yeah, I was going to say, like, if I was at FS Expo attending, I would have just basically spent the day at the Windwing booth and then gone over to see PMDG. Probably gone to see Say Intentions as well, to say hello to those guys. Because they were doing some cool stuff as well, by the look of it. And is it the Meridian stuff? That looked interesting. Probably not for me though. Moser announced something in the form of a video, didn't they? Sort of like a short little video. Oh, is it gusting? Is it, Aaron? I look forward to that. Yeah, I mean, Windwing, like, good lord. The price, the amount they're offering at the price they're offering it for, it's almost too good to be true. It's almost like, what's the catch? Like, there's got to be... But it also seems like it's good stuff, so it's like, what the hell? It's like really confusing. If the Meridian throttles come out, it would be a lot of money. What? Is Meridian just like a separate company? Because I looked at it and thought, oh, that's the... it looked very Bravo throttle quadrant-y to me. Is there any link there or not? Or is that just coincidental? 'Cause I'm not very familiar with that whole side of it, really. Do I have any issues with the 320 and 24? On the whole, no. No, it's been alright. You have the odd... We had the engines cut out on us coming into Ibiza, which I think was a bug that got fixed. It's the guy that started Honeycomb. And then Honeycomb did the Bravo. The Bravo throttle, is that right? Hence it looks so similar. Windwing selling ethos sell a lot cheaper rather than sell a few at expensive. Pilot high and sell it cheap. Right, okay, so that'd be why Meridian stuff looked quite familiar. So is Honeycomb still going then? Given that the guy that started it is now doing Meridian. I'm confused. Alex, thank you for following, mate. Alright, I'm still a little way out yet. Yeah, I just hope that Windwing can actually deliver. It feels like they're making a lot of promises, and... Cheers, Aero Province. Thank you, mate. PDC available on EFHK. Cool. I can't believe I have to read this out. Philip, what have you done to me? Prolapse. Congratulations on being gifted a membership from Philip. Oh man, that was not what I thought I'd end up saying on stream today. Oh, good grief. Philip, thank you for the membership. Prolapse, congratulations. Again, never thought I'd say that. I'm going to do the next leg after Helsinki. I don't think I'm going to have time, Wasp, to be honest. Like, by the time I get down, by the time we get to the gate, time's going to be ticking, and I've got some administrivia I should probably attend to, and then it'll be time to go and get the kiddos. Sadly. This will be it, but we've done 2 legs. We got a 10 out of 10 into 10 out of 10 into Oslo. So I'm living in hope for another one. Oh yeah, by the way, Wasp, did I see you owe me a new set of landing gear? Or is it best not to talk about that? Will I get the 757 by Bluebird? Yes. Yes. Can't wait for that. I really hope it's good. Like, I know people are like, oh, they've delayed it again, or they're not, just like, good. Like, let them take their time. You'll just have to wait. Shut up. As long as it's good when it comes out. I don't mind waiting another year or 18 months if I have to, as long as it's good. I do not want a situation where they launch it and everyone's like, oh, it sucks. Because then it's all over, isn't it, in the case of a week. Just let them get on with it. Stop being impatient. Because we've all seen what happens when things are rushed. And you didn't like that either, so... choose your poison. Look at me, Billy No Mates out here. It hung at 700 feet above the runway and then down I went. Oh no! Oh, that's gutted, Wasp. Is that the second time you tried to do that leg as well? Not having a lot of luck, are you, with that one? Still sitting on the fence for the A350. A380 seems to be quite good and getting better. Yeah. My plan is to take the A350 out either this week or next for a full flight Vatsim video. And we'll see what it's like after all of its updates. I mean, basically, my position is, if it's still got that horrible input delay, it's going back in the hangar indefinitely. And I'll just have to accept the fact I've wasted 70 odd quid on it. Because I cannot fly it like that. Honestly, like, it's just... No. Sorry, not doing that. I can accept the fact that it's very sensitive. I understand that. I get that. I can fly a sensitive plane. I cannot fly a plane that has input delay. Now, I've been lucky with the freezing. I haven't had any of that. But I know a lot of you have. So yeah, it's really going to boil down to how does it feel to hand fly now. Aha. Helsinki radar, air not 69er Tango, descending flight level 170.
Air 69er Tango, Helsinki radar, radar contact, squawk 3422.
Squawk 2422, air not 69er Tango. Well, it's not that he's quiet. It's I think just the mic's a bit iffy. Thanks, Marwin.
Aeronaut 69 Tango, cleared Laku Schneider Bravo, arrival runway 04 left. Proceed direct bottom.
Cleared the Lackett 9 Bravo arrival for 04 left, direct now, bottom, Aeronaut 69 Tango.
And Aeronaut 69 Tango, continue descent to 2,300 feet, Helsinki QNH 1011.
Continue descent 2,300 feet, Helsinki QNH 1011, Aeronaut 69 Tango, thanks. 2,300 is what you said, wasn't it? Bottom. There we go. Do I use a normal textbook to write everything down? Yeah, just got a little notebook. Alright, we are wildly off profile, but that's okay.
41, climb to 2,300 feet.
Climb to 2,300 feet, Finnair 641.
Okay, 04 left. Refresh METAR, apply METAR. Our landing weight is going to be more drag. I know, I can't give you any more drag though. 2.6. So that's 57. That'd be 58. Making us around 60. 60 tons landing weight. Water brakes low will do us nicely. And we'll put in our arrival data now. QNH 1011. Q 330 and 16 and 24. 330 and 16 and 24 and 334 for the Barrow. Good. Plane, I can't give you any more drag.
And Aeronaut 69 Tango, reduce speed to 230 knots.
230 knots, Aeronaut 69 Tango. Okay, we might get a slight speeding ticket for this. Yeah, I suppose I could do landing gear, couldn't I? If under 260. Go on then.
Finna 641. Turn left heading 100 degrees.
Left heading 100, Finnair 641.
Had to do a go around, that was a terrible approach. Oh.
And 69 Tango with the speed 220.
220 knots, Aeronaut 69 Tango.
I confirm 200.
200 knots, Aeronaut 69 Tango.
Finna 641, turn left heading 070, maintain speed 210 knots until...
Yeah, 319 Wasp.
Until 8 mile 5, clear ILS 04 left.
Left heading 070, clear ILS 04 left, and stay at your speed.
Speed 210.
Speed 210 until how far, Finnair 641?
Until 8.
Could we do 200 up until 9? I don't feel comfortable reducing speed that quickly.
Roger, maintain speed 200 until 9.
200 until 9, Finnair 61, thank you very much.
I think we'll be okay, Wasp. I mean, we're at 6,000 feet now. We'll be alright. We'll be alright. Cheers, Mr. Streams. Had to read that twice then. MSTR. Oh, Mr. Thank you for following us on Twitch. Appreciate it. Yeah, 319 is a slippery eel when it wants to be. Anyway, we're back on profile now anyway. We should be alright. We've got the gear down. Don't know what New Sky's going to think about that. Oh, Lee, yeah. Got that tiller. It's all about that tiller. How's it going, Mr. Streams? You're right.
Resume normal speed, Scenario 61.
Aeronaut 6910, via port option dial support runway 04 west. Maintain speed 190 knots until 7.
Clear dial 04 left and 190 knots until 7. Aeronaut 69 Tango. Alright, we're in approach mode. Let's go! Good, Mr. Streams. Well, I'll be better after we get a good landing in here, put it that way. I told you, Wasp, didn't I? I told you. Someone's got to do it, and it's probably going to be Wind Wing or Thrustmaster. And I was right. I hate being right all the time. Okay, ILS on. We were told 190 till 7. And we got 0.9 of a mile to go.
2,500.
I was going to say gear down 2,500, but of course the gear already is down. Okay, manage speed. We're coming in hot. Okay, let's go flaps full. Well, I guess it all depends on the quality, Wasp. I mean, it could be £100 well spent, couldn't it? If yours is significantly better than what Windwing offers. Okay, go around altitude for 2,000 feet is set. Wow, that is a crosswind and a half, isn't it? Look at that. Right, pay attention. No mucking around. Okay, gear down, auto brake low. Speed brake is armed, flaps are full, lights are on. Go around altitude set, eyes down for a full house.
Electrical Golf stand 258319, request push and start. We have information Foxtrot on board.
Electrical Golf, start up and push up to facing southwest.
Facing southwest, push and start approved. Electrical Golf.
Now, am I clear to land?
641, welcome to Helsinki, taxi to Hollywood, Papa Golf, hold short of 04.
Taxi to 15 Papa Golf, hold short of runway 04 right, Scenario 61.
Tango, wind 320 degrees 15 knots, runway 04 left, clear to land.
Clear to land 04 left, air not 69 Tango. Right, should we see if we can do it? Because this is a gusty, gusty landing, I fancy. Steve Perry. Where's my FPS gone?
400. 300. 100 above. 200. Minimum.
Spinnair 7 Romeo Whiskey with information Foxtrot aircraft type A321 requesting IFR clearance to Herakilion as filed.
50.
7 Romeo Whiskey cleared to destination, runway 04 right, Foible 5 Charlie departure, climb 4,000 feet, squawk 3415.
Come on, you get down, you go.
Herakilion, requested 5 check departure, climb 4,000 feet, squawk 3415, Spinnair 7 Romeo Whiskey.
That was not great. Damn.
Cross runway 04 right, and on the other side, taxi straight ahead to Whiskey 32. Was that the Victor Golf in Air 61?
Yeah, Victor Golf.
That was not pretty.
Thank you, it's in Air 61.
Was it? Yikes.
Air 69 Tango, welcome to Helsinki. Taxi leave, holding by the Papa Golf, hold short of runway 04.
Taxi home point, Papa Golf, hold short, 04 right. Air not 69 Tango. Alright. Okay, flaps up. And APU on. Runways off. Woof. Right. That was a bit, That was a bit dicey, that one, wasn't it? Flip. Damn, damn, damn. That was hard. So we need to come up here onto Whiskey, then to Golf, and then hold Papa Golf. Yeah, I think we're going to get docked, aren't we, for that? New Sky's not going to be happy with that. And rightly so, that was a bit crap, to be honest. Still, it happens. If you play Flight Sim long enough, you're going to get hard landings eventually. I mean, crikey, look at Pete the Irish pilot. His whole content strategy is basically people in the real world making mistakes, and he makes videos about it. So I don't feel too bad.
Finnair 2, Kilo Golf, you're ready for taxi, variable Zulu Lima, runway 04 right.
If I was on the joystick, it would have been a butter. I believe you, Mr. Streams.
Taxi by Victor Golf, holding point Zulu Lima, 04 right, Finnair 2, Kilo Golf.
Admire that you live stream them. Yeah, to be honest, I like live streaming it all because there's nowhere to hide on a live stream. Like, if I was just recording a video, and that was how the video ended right now, I'd be like, oh god, I spent like 3 hours making a video just for the landing to suck. Whereas a live stream, I don't really care. Which is weird. I feel like there's just a certain honesty about a live stream that I find really appealing. That if I have a bad day, you all see it. And it's on record, and that's the end of it. Not that I would try and hide things from you in a video, but I feel like you can definitely make yourself look not as bad as perhaps you were in a video, if that makes sense. Oh yeah, that'll be going onto YouTube for YouTube Shorts. Like, I'll share the good, the bad, and the ugly with you all. Really, like. This is a huge airport, isn't it, Helsinki? So we need to hold short Papa Golf.
Yeah, not 69 Tango, Papa Golf Cross Runway 04 right, taxi stand 30 via straight Victor Golf.
Cross runway 04 right after Papa Golf, then stand 30. Could you repeat where we go to 30 from? Sorry.
Yeah, sure, straight Victor Golf.
Got it, straight ahead Victor Golf, thanks, 69 Tango. Right, let's get those lights on. We're basically going straight ahead. Yeah, straight ahead, basically. Hey, Derek. $50 is when you put your in.
Lima line up runway 04, right. Finish to Golf.
Not sure I'd put my engines to idle at 50 feet all the time. Find you get smoother landings if you hold till sometimes 30. Right, am I going to be able to park without clipping the wings of Linus here? Okay, stand 30. Do you not need to do your strobe? I thought you did need to do your strobe for crossing runways.
Takeoff Golf, wind 310 degrees on 6 knots, runway 04 right, clear for that. 04 right cleared for takeoff, finish to Golf.
I've always ever put my strobe on when I cross runways. Is that the wrong thing to do? Good. We're in. Alright, APU is on. Get that APU bleed on too. Strobe's always on when crossing runways. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought it was always strobes on for crossing the runway. But yeah, when it says retard, I wouldn't flare when it says that. I would flare more like it sort of between 50 and 30 feet and then drop the throttles when it says that. Right. Engine's off. Oh, here we go. Come on then. Let's see what the number is. Are we ready to see what score we got?
2 Golf Airborne, passing flight level 020.
Hey! I tell you what.
Climb flight level 280, Finnair 2 Golf.
Great touchdown in challenging conditions. So it led us off. All it was angry at us for was 0.6 of a metre on the centre line. And we were giving it a lot of rudder. But it wasn't quite enough, was it? I should have been more aggressive on the rudders. Damn. Well, all things considered... what's someone in Mr. Streams in Twitch is saying about it? But yeah, Wasp is saying I've always known it to be on whenever on a runway or runway threshold. And yeah, same. Same. Right, it's 10 to 2. We don't really have time for another flight, and I've got some stuff I need to take care of. So I'm going to wrap this stream up here. But yeah, kind of relieved that we didn't get dinged more than we did for that. Because that really could have gone the other way. Like, really could have gone the other way. Hard landing that. Very challenging conditions. And, yeah. Perhaps on the rudders I could have been a bit more on it, so to speak. But other than that, I'd say that's all right. Pretty good indeed. Anyway, I will leave this one here. Thank you so much for the support today, everybody. For all the gifted memberships, those that became members, for those of you that just hit the like button, it really makes a huge difference. Thank you all for a lovely day. It's always a pleasure and a privilege to get to do this with you all, especially on a weekday during office hours. Thank you all very much indeed. Thank you for the support. Like I said, I couldn't do it without you. Really couldn't. And I will see you probably Thursday, same time on Thursday. Unless I randomly appear before. If you've noticed, for our thumbnail today, it looked a bit different. That's because I've designed that thumbnail such that I can go live quickly. Because I find one of the biggest kind of barriers to me going live is I don't always know what I'm going to fly. I don't always know where I'm going to fly because I don't know what's online on Vatsim. And then it's like once I've decided all that, I've then got to make a thumbnail with the correct plane, ideally at the correct airport. And it's like, oh my god, this just takes so long. If I can just throw up an Air Not Live generic thing with some clouds, I can just quickly go tap, and I can go live. They might not be scheduled or scheduled to much notice, but it does mean that maybe if I've got suddenly some free time, 8 o'clock on a Wednesday night, I can just jump on and we can do some flying together. That's the plan anyway, no promises. But thank you all very much indeed. I will see you all next time. You all take care of yourselves. I'll see you in the next one. Cheers.
Proceed direct Bodom, descent to flight level 120.
Cleared Imptor 8 Bravo, arrival runway 04 left, direct Bodom.